Kindly stand for the national anthem of Barbados.
Recording in progress.
Raise your voices high and sing of your Caribbean pride. Sing it loud and strong. Feel our hearts beat as one. Celebrate in song as we rise to heights where we belong. Sound the victory drum. Sting come, leve, leve, wow. Hele, hele, tabu, ya tabu, awo. Knock your drum, carry come, leve, leve, wow.
A beautiful song indeed. You may be seated. Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Honorable Kay McConney, Minister of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, Barbados, the Honorable Shari B. De Castro, Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, British Virgin Islands, Dr. the Honorable Priya D. Manichan, Minister of Education, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Honorable Marcia Smith, Minister of State, Ministry of Education and Youth, Jamaica, the Honorable Curtis King, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby Dolly, Minister of Education of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Rachel Marshall Taylor, Minister of Education, Labor, Employment and Customer Service, Turks and Caicos Islands, Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of the CXC, Dr. Marcia Potter, Deputy Chair, CXC, CXC Council members and permanent secretaries, Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and CEO, CXC, Dr. Eduardo Ali, Pro Registrar and Deputy CEO, CXC, Mrs. Cherie Deslandis, Director of Corporate Services, Dr. Nicole Manning, Director of Operations, Mr. Rodney Payne, Director of Technological Innovation, Dr. Roderick Rudder, CXC Local Registrar, other senior members of the CXC management team and staff, specially invited guests in Barbados and online, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am Wendy Odo, the Acting Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training here in Barbados. On behalf of the Caribbean Examinations Council and the Ministry of Education, I first want to apologize for our late start, but I am very honored to welcome you to the 3rd Annual Ministerial Summit here in my beautiful island of Barbados. To begin today's event, I invite Lillian Polydor Williams to please come and deliver the invocation.
Thank you, Acting PS. In everything, give thanks. I invite you please to stand. Heavenly Father and Creator, we acknowledge your presence with us here today. We thank you for the gift of life and the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us. As we near the close of the hurricane season, we are thankful for your protection and sparing us the wrath of hurricanes. Heavenly Father, we pray for the region and the peoples of our region. We pray for CXC, a noble institution. We are at a significant milestone celebrating our 50th year in existence. And we pray, dear God, that you will grace us with blessings so that we can be here for another 100 years. We ask, dear Lord, that you grant us the wisdom to do what is right in your sight. We pray for a successful summit. And at the end of the day, when we journey to our respective homes and territories, we pray for your traveling mercy. In your name, we are thankful and we ask for your blessings upon us. Amen.
Thank you, Mrs. Polydor Williams, for those blessings on today's event. Our first speaker is Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of the CXC. Sir Hilary has dedicated many years to the chairmanship of CXC and is committed to education in the region through his role at CXC and his many years at the University of the West Indies. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, is a distinguished academic, international thought leader, United Nations Committee official, and global public activist in the field of social justice and minority empowerment. He has received numerous awards, including Honorary Doctor of Letters from Brock University, the University of Glasgow, University of Hull, and the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, in recognition of his major contribution to academic research on transatlantic slavery, popular culture, and sports. He is also the recipient of the prestigious Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Award for global advocacy, academic scholarship, and intellectual leadership in support of social justice, institutional equity, and economic development for marginalized and oppressed ethnicities and nations. Sir Hilary has lectured extensively in Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas, and has published over 100 peer-reviewed essays in scholarly journals and more than 20 academic books. Please welcome Professor Sir Hilary Beckles to the podium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A very good morning, colleagues and comrades. I use the word comrade advisedly because we are in a struggle. And it is my pleasure to welcome you to the engine room where these strategies are being conceived and articulated. I wish to extend a special welcome, of course, to our distinguished Prime Minister. We are honored to have him giving us his opinions on these important matters. All of our ministers who are here this morning, representatives of governments, our former CXC and current CXC management, and all of you who have labored in the vineyard of education on behalf of the people of the Caribbean. We are engaged in this third ministerial summit, and colleagues, you all know why this strategy was placed before you. We had some challenges during the COVID period, varying from place to place across the archipelago. And some of these challenges were of a systemic nature. We were not able to perform at the level of efficiency that was expected of us within the context of the pandemic. And all of these challenges impacted upon CXC's capacity to deliver its product, its relationships with the sophistication expected of it. And so the stakeholders came together, and it was decided that we should have these ministerial summits to ensure that the challenges experienced during the COVID will never happen again, that we must always be on the same page. We are collectively responsible for the trajectory and the delivery of educational products at this level of our school system, and so that we can innovate together, we can theorize together, and we can always assure each other that we are on the same page, because the last thing ever you want to experience within the arena of education is finger pointing and casting of blame. These are things that are anathema to education. And so the theme of this summit, educational reform, transformation, innovation, of course, these are the big issues of the day, undoubtedly so. These are the very big issues of the day. It is quite clear to all of us that we have to enter into a new phase. We have assessed our achievements thus far, and they are quite commendable, but the time has come to review, to restructure, to innovate, and to move on. And all of our countries across the region, we know, are engaged in this process because there is a national and a regional recognition that reform is critical because the outcomes are diminishing, the outcomes are becoming less satisfactory, and therefore we have to take stock and start all over again. You know, 60-odd years ago when Prime Minister Eric Williams made that famous metaphoric statement that the future of the nation was in the backpack of the children, that remains true today, but now we have to add other layers of environments, also what goes on in the classroom, what goes on in the country, other institutions. It is all now very interactive because we are in this nation building project. This is what we're all about, building out our nations out of a colonial rubble. And we've had 300 years, in some cases 500 years of this colonial rubble, and we have to clean up the colonial mess, and we have to own it, take responsibility for it, and move forward. When you consider that many of our countries, led by Jamaica, Trinidad, first phase, moved into their independence over 60 years ago. And thus, the phasing in of their independence agenda, and critically, there are still colonies in the Caribbean. The Caribbean is the only part of the world that still has colonies. We were the first in that colonial agenda, and we are still the last to exit that colonial stage. So the project of nation building is not complete, far from it. Many of our sister countries in this region, communities, are still enduring a colonial relationship with their former colonizers, and we must not rest until all of those historical linkages are broken. And so we have to look at education reform and transformation. There are still issues of conception to be cleared up. What do we really expect? What is the conception of it? That is the education delivery project. We have to address the content of our curriculum, what is delivered, and this, of course, is a very important issue because curriculum and content are critical to reform and transformation. Then there are the issues of structures, the structures of our schools, how they interact with each other, the structures within the schools, the ideological structures in the countries of which schools are superior to which other schools, and all of those structural conversations about variation within the content and also within the structures of the educational system. And I know that many countries are grappling with this matter because it is a residual element of the elitist approach to education that has been damaging to us. While we celebrate excellence, we must not celebrate elitism. And I say this from time to time, how proud I am that the UWI, for example, is an elite university. It is one of the finest in the world, and it has been proven to be and adjudged to be such. But we are not an elitist university. We are here for everyone. Everyone must be given equal access, equal treatment. We cannot differentiate between our citizens in terms of the diversity of their interests. And diversity, of course, is critical because not all of the children, all of the adults would have an interest in the narrow perception of academia. Skills development and consciousness is so important. And this means a lot to me because I had this personal experience as a student, the high school student. There was a young man in my class. We were, at the time, I was part of that Windrush, children who were Windrushed out of the Caribbean. And in my class was a young Jamaican boy who was struggling with the basic content of English, mathematics, history, and so on. And but he had a phenomenal capacity to perform on musical instruments. And he could play every instrument. And we were all 16 years old. And any instrument he put his hands on, he could play it intuitively. But he could not do English and maths. And he is now the leader of one of the greatest reggae bands in the world, and he's a multimillionaire, and I am just a poor I'm just a poor teacher. And my God, if his skill had not been recognized, what a waste that would have been. So the diversity of consciousness is important. And of course, the enablers, our teachers, the use of technology in education, and our ability to measure all of these outcomes. And these are the big issues of our times. There is a view that our development as a region has stalled. There is some doubt growing about our future as a competitive part of the world. There is some doubt also about our obsession with economic growth and not with social growth. And we do need social growth because we need to live in peace. We need non-violent societies. We need societies where our elderly can walk the street. We need societies that are socially sophisticated for good living. And of course, we also need our economies to grow to enable that to happen. So it's diversity, 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 multiple perspectives, multiple objectives. This is not a one-horse town. There are lots of conversation going on, and all of them converge on the question of education. So you are responsible, in a way, for crafting the next phase of Caribbean development. We've had 60 years of nation building. We need to stop and look at it. We need to move off, again, with some new objectives, some new strategies. And we have to be bold, because education reform and transformation cannot be done in a gingerly fashion, in a piecemeal ad hoc fashion. You have to be holistic, complete, and you have to be confident in doing what needs to be done. I have great confidence in all of our ministers and our educational experts in the ministries of education across the region. I know that you will grasp what needs to be done, and you will emerge with solutions. I know that Minister McConney, she's on the vanguard of the struggle right now, and here seeking to give Barbados a new phase. And I'm quite confident that she and her colleagues will put this together and set this island nation, new republic, on a new trajectory of development. When I entered high school in Barbados, we were obsessed with Latin, and a child was ranked in the school according to his capacity to translate Latin prose. And the late Prime Minister, Owen Arthur, you might not know this, but his nickname was Tass. And many people do not know why his nickname was Tass. His nickname was Tass because he was the only pupil in our school who could translate taciturn without making mistakes. Taciturn was the great Latin prose writer, and Owen Arthur had the ability to translate taciturn without making errors, and at the age of 12, 13, he was known as Tass. And that was how the school system was set up in those days. In my time, how effectively you can perform in the classics. That world is behind us. We are Caribbean people. We have a future ahead of us based on diversity, democracy, justice, and this is the world that we wish to create, and we are in your hands. So good luck to all of you ministers, you and your experts in your ministries, all of the prime ministers who are given oversight to this. But this is it. This is the moment for a new beginning. Thank you.
Professor Hillary, for your wise words and perspectives. Our next speaker is no stranger to us at all. Dr. Wayne Wesley is the Registrar and CEO of the Caribbean Examinations Council. He is a transformational leader with over 30 years of service in education and training at the regional and international levels. As an experienced Chief Executive Officer with expertise in diplomacy, corporate governance, institutional development and strengthening, and crisis management, Dr. Wesley provides strategic leadership for the repositioning of CXC as a regional enterprise, effecting greater regional impact and global influence. He is passionate about regional integration and development, with emphasis on fostering human capital development, which is a critical pillar for economic development. Prior to joining CXC, he was the executive director for the largest trust fund and training agency in the Caribbean, the Human Employment and Resource Training Trust National Training Agency in Jamaica. He also served as the chairman of the Caribbean Association of National Training Authorities. Currently, Dr. Wesley sits on the CARICOM New School Model Committee and the Caribbean Community Administrative Tribunal. A 2003 Fulbright Scholar, he holds a PhD in Industrial Engineering and professional certifications in international relations and strategic direction and leadership. He is a Chartered Fellow of the Chartered Management Institute, UK, a Fellow of the American Society for Equality, and a Commissioned Justice of the Peace in Jamaica. He is a devout Christian and is married with 3 children. Let's welcome Dr. Wesley to the podium.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wendy Odell, our Masters of Ceremonies. Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Honorable Kay McConney, Minister of Education, Technological Innovation and Training, Barbados. The Honorable Cherie De Castro, Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, British Virgin Islands. The Honorable Dr. Priya Manikchan, Minister of Education, the Corporate Republic of Guyana. The Honorable Marcia Smith, Minister of State, Minister of Education and Youth, Jamaica. The Honorable Curtis King, joining us online, Minister of Education and National Reconciliation, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Dr. the Honorable Nian Gasby Dolly, Minister of Education of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. The Honorable Rachel Marshall Taylor, Minister of Education, Labor, Employment and Customer Service, Turks and Caicos, joining us online. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, our esteemed Chairman. Dr. Marcia Potter, our Deputy Chair, Permanent Secretaries and members of Council. Certainly happy to see Mr. Glenroy Cumberbatch, and since Professor Hilary Beckles says the university is not an elitist institution, I therefore call on him to bestow upon Glenroy the honorable doctorate for the work he has done across the region. And let's see if he will do that, right? Glenn actually served CXC for quite a number of years, not only in the position of pro-registrar, but in the position of registrar. The chairman shared with me that you actually both went to school together, right? So there is reason for that to happen. But ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to be addressing the 3rd Ministerial Summit on educational transformation in the region, reimagining educational transformation or educational reform towards transformative agility. This, as the chairman pointed out, would have been coming out of what we experienced in COVID-19. We recognize that it is important for us to have a platform on which we are able to share and explore ideas that will advance the region's education system. Fostering the development of a nation through education and training is a fundamental principle to which I subscribe. I recognize that if we are going to be advancing as a region, it is important that our people are placed in a position where they can demonstrate their full potential as contributing positively to society. Our region's government currently, they are paying a lot of money in the budget on trying to fix social issues. It is important then, as we have recognized right across the region, that education has become a central pillar to sustainable economic development. It has become a central pillar to climate change. It has become a central pillar to social transformation. If we want to live in peace, we need to educate our people and facilitate social transformation through education. It means, therefore, each and every one of us must exercise the universal duty of care. It can't be that us, in our own little way, facilitate the degrading of individuals within society because they have not achieved the way we want them to achieve. We have to change that viewpoint fundamentally. So educational reform has become a regional imperative, as evidenced by the fact that all member states of CARICOM currently undertaking a transformation of their education system. This, as education has emerged as a central pillar for sustainable economic development. Educational reform is a necessary and complex undertaking, requiring the collective wisdom of all stakeholders. We therefore must call upon the wisdom of our Creator, according to 2 Timothy 1 verse 2. Yes, I'm a pastor. For God has not given us the spirit of fear, but He has given us the spirit of power, the authority, of love, the duty of care, and of a sound mind, the capacity to act in a way that will benefit all people of the region. As we pursue this necessary and complex course of action, let us be radical in our transformation of our imagination as we carefully redesign the education system. Therefore, it is vitally important that we remove the tension between those who have the legitimacy empowered in them with the authority to act and provide resources, and those who have the technical capability to function and execute the required course of action. Both the authority to act and the capability to function are necessary to achieve the desired outcome. This brings me to the important point about the need to resist isomorphism or isomorphic change, where we give the impression that things are happening, but nothing fundamentally is really changing. We should move away from lip service and begin to put tangible actions in place to rescue our region. The adaptation of best practices must be tempered by the contextual reality of our region, not because it works elsewhere means that it will work within the region. We must therefore seek solutions that are politically acceptable and practically possible. We should seek to engage all in a partnership and dialogue that will advance the region. It is not about who is right. It is about us doing the right thing. We should not deprive those who can access these systems on the basis of equality, given that as a region, we have financial constraints as a persistent reality, even when education is prioritized. With the advent of AI, the monopoly on knowledge is removed, requiring greater emphasis on the development of competencies. Digitalized educational systems allows for the development of complex competencies not possible with traditional or paper-based approaches. This complex dynamics is best managed through a carefully structured system of developing and certifying competencies, which puts a focus on validating what competencies have been achieved rather on what they have not achieved. This is what I call the affirmative approach. Parity of esteem requires acceptance of individual unique gifts and talents. The elevation of one career over another has created a divided society requiring social transformation at this time. Again, I call upon us to apply the universal duty of care to foster an enhanced quality of life for all. Our educational system must appreciate and begin to cater for learning through construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction. There is a need to shift from the scourge of discrimination within the regional education system as we move away from the vestiges of our colonial legacy of educating the region's children to a new paradigm where young, impressionable minds are nurtured into becoming nation builders and visionaries for a safe and prosperous region, thereby enhancing the quality of life for all the people of the region. The third Ministerial Summit provides a regional platform to explore these pertinent issues relevant to the development of the education system. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a productive summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wesley, for those provoking remarks. Our next speaker to bring remarks is my minister, the Honorable K. Makani. The Honorable K. Makani is the Minister of Education, Technological, and Vocational Training in Barbados. Prior to this current appointment, she was the first Minister of Innovation, Science, and Smart Technology. K. Makani served for 7 years with distinction as Barbados Consul General in Toronto. She is a former international trade negotiator at the World Trade Organization and a former senior diplomatic representative at the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. She has served as an expert resource for international development programs in the Caribbean, leading capacity building and institutional development consultancies. Please welcome the Honorable Minister K. Makani.
Good morning. Prime Minister, the Honorable Terence Drew, Sir Hilary Beckles, Dr. Wesley, and to all of our ministers, please permit me to respect the protocol that has already been established and move on. You know, I want to say first that it is a pleasure for Barbados to be host this year of this particular summit. I know Dr. Wesley has been talking about it for a while, and I know he's been trying to rope us in all kinds of ways, and I see he has been successful when I look at the program and see all the people from my ministry who will not be at work today and who will be a part of this very worthwhile effort. You know, when I said welcome, I want to say welcome to my Caribbean colleagues. We really are happy to have you here in Barbados. And I heard Sir Hilary speak to us as comrades. I have to say that those of you who are based here in Barbados, the very familiar faces, I really wanted just to say, but I won't say it because of the formality of the occasion. I was going to say, it's good to see you, homies. But you know, reimagining educational reform towards transformative agility is our theme this year, and it certainly is a very real and present conversation that we're having here in Barbados among our education stakeholders. We are, of course, continuing on our journey towards education transformation here in Barbados. And needless to say, therefore, Team Barbados, we are excited to be on board and to be having this conversation with our community here. Now, in looking at the bigger picture here in Barbados, we are proposing to transform our current system to one that is more firm. And when we say firm, it's an acronym for fair, inclusive, relevant, and modern. And this was an acronym that came from some of our consultations with our stakeholders. And I'll share a little bit more when we go into the first session this morning as we speak and we share on our experience. But I just wanted you to know that, like many of you, our aspiration here is to produce global citizens who are rooted in Barbadian values and indeed in Caribbean values. And we have done some significant work. When I say we, I mean the Caribbean region have already done some work in looking at the ideal Caribbean person. And therefore, the kinds of output that we are seeking and the outcomes we're looking for in the systems. Now, when I consider transformative agility, which happens to be part of the theme for this conference, it speaks not only to what we will make happen for the quality of the education system, to enable it to be more effective and efficient in delivering value faster, or for the system to be more flexible and urgently respond to our needs in the region. I think of transformative agility as including what we make happen for the children and with the children that will improve outcomes in their lives. And that's where we move from transformational to transformative, where there is a people outcome and a true impact on humans. Some of the proposals that Barbados has put out there will speak to both the transformational aspect as it relates to the system and the transformative aspects as it relates to our students, as well as our teachers, as well as our leaders. We have determined that we must have people outcomes as part of what we do. I will not go into the details now again because we will have the opportunity to discuss some of those details in our next session. But needless to say that children will not learn if teachers cannot teach. And therefore we have determined that it is not just putting the child at the center, but it is ensuring that our teachers and our school leaders are adequately prepared to help us to go this journey. And so there has been considerable discussion with our principals and our teachers to understand what will it take for us to upskill them, reskill them, and fully equip and support them in being able to take us on this journey. Of course, Barbados, we are currently in the phase of public consultations. We started with stakeholder consultations, and we split it in two. The stakeholder consultations was about reimagining education in Barbados. Out of that came a series of proposals, and we are now at the public stage of sharing those proposals with the public of Barbados and getting their feedback. We recognize that there are very new areas that have to be included: artificial intelligence, app innovation, gamification, digital literacies, and all the many other literacies that we have not yet counted that now needs to be a part of this entire system. And we know that the solutions we must come with are those ones that will not just be tech-enabled, but that will be human-inclusive, where human and machine are working collaboratively. Now, we are all aware that the COVID pandemic caused some learning loss globally. Thankfully, we in the Caribbean are navigating our recovery now. And innovation in thinking, not just innovation in technologies, must be present at our discussion table as we build our roadmaps and collaborate as a region. I imagine that the sessions on moving from educational recovery to transformational change and leveraging innovations in education, that they will all be quite engaging during this CXC Ministerial Summit. And at this point, on the road to a successful summit, and yes, I am putting it out there as a successful summit, I trust that we will think not just of building those systems and doing the transformation necessary to make our education offerings fit for purpose now, but they also have to be fit for progress. And I think that we have the opportunity now, as you heard a previous speaker say, we have the opportunity to truly design the kinds of systems that we want to give us the outcomes for our students and for the entire education community. Barbados, we are certainly on board, and we look forward to a very productive, insightful, focused, and collaborative experience at this third summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We look forward to hearing a lot more from you in the next session. So before we go to our featured speaker, we will be given a musical performance from one of our talented Bajan musicians. His name is Mr. Tate Waterman. He is a multi-talented musician, basketballer, and artist, and is currently a fifth-year student at the Harrison College. Let us please welcome Mr. Waterman. will indeed. What was the name of that song? Pardon? Sometimes. At least someone knows the name of the song. Okay, at this time, we're going to have our feature addressed. Honorable Dr. Terence Michael Drew assumed the role of the fourth Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis on the 5th of August, 2022. In addition to his pivotal role as Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Terence Drew carries a substantial portfolio overseeing the crucial areas of finance, national security, citizenship and immigration, health, human resource management, and social security. He serves as the lead head for human resource development, health, and HIV/AIDS issues within the Caribbean Community Quasi-Cabinet. Earlier this year, he also took up the role of chair of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Before embarking on his political journey, he diligently served his federation as a medical doctor for an impressive 25 years, providing health care through public and private practice. His medical education includes studies at the Instituto Superior de Ciencias Médicas in Santa Clara, Cuba, and specialization in internal medicine at the Paul Foster School of Medicine in Texas. He is also a member of the American College of Medicine and the American Medical Association, holding the distinction of being a diplomat of the American Board of Internal Medicine. Dr. Drew's contributions extend beyond politics and medicine. He is a dedicated community activist and philanthropist, lending his dependable leadership to various initiatives, with a particular focus on empowering youth and marginalized groups, including the disabled and elderly. He is a staunch advocate for the recognition and advancement of young people, tirelessly working to ensure they have ample opportunities for growth and development. In addition to his public service, the Honorable Dr. Drew is the founder of the Compassionate Action to Reach and Empower Foundation, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that is committed to addressing key priorities, including poverty alleviation, disaster response, health and wellness, empowerment and education, and environmental and community enhancement. Dr. Drew is not only devoted to the growth and development of the people of the Twin Island Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, but also deeply committed to the advancement of regional integration. His tireless efforts and compassionate approach made him a true beacon of leadership in the Caribbean. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Let's stand and welcome him, please.
Good morning. You may have a seat. I think it's still morning, correct? Yes, we are. I want to, of course, recognize the protocol or the order of precedence that has been established, but allow me to recognize the members of the head table. And I see here the Minister of Education et al. Of Barbados, Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman, and Professor and Dr. Wesley, who I recently met, who would have given his remarks. You know, we met in St. Kitts, and I think we had a most interesting conversation. I think he thought that the conversation would be, I'm the Prime Minister, welcome, how are you? Good courtesy visit, see you next time. But I thought to engage him as to the direction of education within the region. And I thought it was quite fruitful. And so what I'm hearing today is really in keeping with some of my own thoughts. And so I'm very pleased with the thrust. And I congratulate CXC and all who are involved in this new thrust to really embark on what I will call a renewed and refreshed journey to make sure that the education that our people receive in our Caribbean region is one that will, of course, transform us and make sure that we continue to develop to become the people who we wish to become. But before I get into it, I want to give you a story. It's a story about me. Maybe some of those who are even close to me don't even know the story. But I think it's relevant based on what your theme is today. When I was 10 years old, one of the things I must say, my mother is Rastafarian. She's probably, by chronological age, maybe the oldest Rastafarian woman in St. Kitts and Nevis, just by chronological age, not the years of practicing. When I was 10 years old, she stopped me from school. She decided then that she would not allow me to go to school anymore. Of course, that caused a firestorm of discussion, public discussion, which involved, of course, the authorities, the justice system, the social system, and all sorts of other systems, because a parent had decided that her child should not go to school anymore. And so she had to go to court. And the question was asked, and I pondered then why she stopped me from going to school. When she went to court, and that was probably 1987, and the magistrate, I think maybe the magistrate or the judge, whoever oversaw the case, asked her, "Why did you stop him from school?" She said, "I think that the educational system that he is going through at this time is misinforming him. The system is abusing him. So as a parent, how can I allow a system to abuse my child?" And then looking further into the details of it, she said, "So how can you teach a black child from the Caribbean that Christopher Columbus discovered the region?" She found that very deeply offensive, totally disregarding those who were here before Christopher Columbus and totally disregarding different ancestors and so forth. Then she went on to say, at no time in school are you teaching him about his heroes. He learns nothing about Marcus Garvey. He knows nothing about even the indigenous people from their perspective. He learns nothing about the heroes from among his people. So what child do you expect to produce when you give him an education like that? So you are misinforming him. And then the education that you are giving him, is it relevant to what he is supposed to do in his country? What are you preparing him for? So her premise was, maybe she did not articulate it like I did, but her premise was, the information is inaccurate. The information is disregarding who he is as a Caribbean child. The information is presenting his history in a derogatory way. So what type of child are you creating? And those were some powerful questions that she put before the court. Of course, the court could not refute, because they taught me that Christopher Columbus discovered the region. They never taught me sufficiently about my own people or the indigenous people. And to a great extent, the educational system was still focused on preparing us as if we were colonial boys and girls to work in a colonial system. And so what she was really asking for is an education that would be relevant, transformative, that would be truthful, and help to produce the type of people in the Caribbean that we ought to produce. She challenged the system, and I think after she made her presentation, the judge could not make a recommendation that I had to be forced back in school. However, nonetheless, it was one of my most exciting years. I didn't have to get up to go to school, put on a uniform, listen to these rules, learn how we are supposed to learn. But interestingly enough, she gave me a different type of education. I had books to read, But my books were different to the books that they were using in school. I had to have discussions with her, but my discussions were different to what I had in school. And by the time I reached back to school, because with all of the things I was 10, so everybody was determined that I should enter back into school and not be homeschooled because that was a strange concept. When I got back into grade 4 or 5, I was talking of things that my fellow students did not even comprehend. To some extent, they thought that I was strange. And so I kept that apart and just fit back in to what was considered normal. And so I went through school and did what they asked of me, write some CXC subjects, go on to sixth form, do some Cambridge A-levels then applied to university and did medical exam and medical school and all of that. Nothing is wrong with that. But I always kept in the background that year when I learned the most in any given year of my life. Not just in terms of content, but in terms of transforming my mind to another place and another state. And that, I think, is responsible mostly for me achieving what I have achieved. And therefore, I say to CXC, it is extremely relevant what you are doing in terms of making sure that at this juncture, you really change to a great extent an educational system that would respond to the Caribbean needs and the Caribbean people. And I thought I will give that story because if you do it, you would recognize the results, and you cannot predict the results. They will transform into things that you have not seen and have not heard, because that is the power of a really true education. And so today, as I stand before you with profound gratitude and boundless pride, as we convene at the CXC's 3rd Annual Ministerial Summit on Educational Transformation, it is an extraordinary honor and privilege to be a part of this momentous occasion. And I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to the Caribbean Examination Council for extending the invitation to me, and I wholeheartedly applaud CXC for its remarkable contributions to the advancement of education in our region. This is not just another day, it's a jubilant year, and I join in the celebration. For as we gather here to commemorate 50 years of CXC's steadfast commitment to regional development, particularly in nurturing our greatest resource, our human capital. And I stress that, our greatest resource, our human capital. This is a monumental achievement, and it is a testament to the unwavering dedication of all those who have been part of this remarkable journey. And I just learned that a former registrar is here with us. Put your hands together for all who have been involved over these 50 years. And as we dive into the theme of this summit, reimagining educational reform towards transformative agility, we recognize the profound significance of the moment in a world that evolves to an unprecedented, that is evolving in an unprecedented pace. Our educational system must undergo a metamorphosis to equip our students with skills, knowledge, and adaptability required to excel in a dynamic and ever-changing landscape. This theme resonates deeply with the pressing needs of our region, where educational reform is not just a necessity, it is an imperative. Today, we embark on a journey towards a brighter and more agile future, where education is a cornerstone of our transformation. Together, we shall pave the way for a new era of excellence, innovation, and boundless possibilities. Let us set our sights high and our aspirations higher as we continue this exciting and impactful journey. As we reflect on the past half-century of the CXC, the contributions to our educational landscape are boundless. We see a remarkable journey of progress and diversification. The knowledge and skills imparted through CXC's programs have empowered countless individuals to reach their full potential, contributing to growth and prosperity of our region. I am reminded of a quote of the renowned education icon, Nelson Mandela, who once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." In the context of our theme today, reimagining educational reform towards transformative agility, Mandela's words resonate deeply. We must recognize that education is not merely about imparting knowledge. It is about instilling the capacity for transformation and agility in our students. I am also reminded of the impressionable words of the mighty Sparrow. How can I quote and not quote a Caribbean man, who in his own way understood the great significance of quality education for our youths and the advancement of our societies. I would not dare to sing it. I'm not a singer. But I would say the words, "Education, education, this is the foundation. Our rising population needs some education. To be recognized anywhere you go, have your certificate to show. To enjoy any kind of happiness, knowledge is the key to success." What is the name of that song? Just a joke, huh? It is evident that CXC understood this and 50 years ago embarked upon a journey to transform our region academically and continue to do so remarkably, raising a standard of education that is admired globally. In the Caribbean, our education system must remain responsive to the unique challenges and opportunities we face. We are a diverse and dynamic region. Our educational system needs the reform which must reflect our diversity and equip our students with the agility to adapt to changing circumstances. The world is changing at a pace that we can't keep up if we don't try. And we must ensure that our educational system provide a solid foundation while fostering a culture of lifelong learning and adaptability. The Caribbean Examination Council has made several transformative contributions to the Caribbean region over the years. As I mentioned before, CXC has developed standardized examinations and qualifications that are recognized and admired across the Caribbean region and indeed the world. These qualifications provide a common benchmark for educational achievement, allowing students to move seamlessly across the region and globally, enhancing the mobility of labor and educational credentials. This is, of course, evident. We see our Caribbean nationals contributing majorly to international scene in various sectors. The Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate, CSEC, and the Caribbean Advanced Proficiency Examination, CAPE, are the shining stars of our educational landscape. These prestigious qualifications stand tall, recognized not only within our shores, but across the globe as passports to higher education and boundless career opportunities. Today, we celebrate the fruit of relentless research, a testament to CXC's unwavering commitment to providing curricula that perfectly align in some instances and of course need to be transformed and has to transform to the unique needs of our beloved Caribbean as we are changing ourselves. Through a data-driven approach, we can ensure that our educational content remains a beacon of relevance, forever in sync with the dynamic demands of the modern workforce. This dynamic approach has paved the way for young minds to explore, innovate, and excel in the areas of passion and strength while proudly holding recognized qualifications. And of course, we are here to discuss more of that. The journey of our students is no longer confined to one path, but a magnificent network of possibilities. So therefore, with the renewed CSEC and CAPE, our youth are armed with a world-class education ready to shape the future and open doors to a world of opportunities. The dynamics of COVID-19, however, that pandemic showed us that we need to be more adaptable. The entire world was restricted, but we recognized that our economies still had to function, and CXC had to quickly adapt, and it did to some extent, and embrace the change that was necessary. The introduction of online platforms and computer-based testing has enhanced the assessment process and prepared students for the digital age. However, we all admit that this has to be advanced as well. CXC has invested in teacher training, professional development, providing educators with the tools and resources to enhance their teaching practices. This focus on teacher development has had a positive impact on the quality of education in the region. Furthermore, CXC has been an unwavering advocate and example for inclusive education, which seeks that every child be included, regardless of their abilities, would have an equal opportunity to thrive. The tireless commitment to developing accommodation and support system is truly laudable. CXC must be given commendation for this effort. CXC's dedication to leveling the playing field is a testament to our collective vision of a fair, diverse, and empowering educational landscape where every student can unleash his or her full potential. This year's Ministerial Summit is a testament to the dedication of the Caribbean Examination Council, and Dr. Wesley, I continue to applaud you for this effort, as it partners to ensure continue to ensure that they work and collaborate together to transform our educational system. It is an opportunity for us to come together, share insights, and chart a course toward a future where our education system not only empowers individuals, but also contributes to the broader development of our region. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we have embarked on an audacious journey to transform our twin island nation into the first sustainable island state of our region. Our vision, anchored on the formidable pillars of food security, energy transition, and water security, among others, is not merely a dream. It is a destiny that demands our solid commitment. But let me be clear, this vision, this audacious dream will not become a reality without a seismic shift in our approach to education and empowerment. It will not become a reality without the tireless upskilling, education, and relentless training of our people. Our educators, the architects of our future, must be stalwarts of continuous learning, setting the pace for innovation and excellence. And yes, it hinges upon the support of perpetual innovation and improved delivery of services from CXC. CXC is indeed a fundamental part of this equation. And as we embark on establishing this transformative education that we seek to get through the CXC system, let me highlight a number of things that are facing the region, and the region must respond. Of course, climate change. Climate change is already impacting our region and our people. Our resilience is needed, and adaptability is also necessary. Where I stand, as I was discussing the budget of this year, a new element surfaced that is costing tens of millions of dollars. Because of climate change, the classrooms are hotter. The humidity has changed. And as a medical doctor, I understand the impact that would have on students, and therefore the ability to learn in this new era of climate change would be affected if we do not invest in creating an environment that is most ideal, hence air condition and humidity controls in the classrooms. that change alone would cost tens of millions of dollars. Climate change. We also have to understand that the region will be impacted by stronger storms, which means that the infrastructure for learning will be significantly affected, thereby asking the governments to invest more in the infrastructure that we use for education, costing again in any country tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, across the region, just to create the physical condition for our children to learn. I have not reached yet about the changing of the curricula and the other things that are needed. I am just speaking about adaptation to climate change and where we will be affected even more. But with all of that, we also have to ask the question, is the education responding to what we need now in the Caribbean region? What type of person we want our education system to churn out? And I say that, and I don't say it lightly. I will give you a particular example in a particular country without calling any name. But I was shocked to learn that the students who were leaving primary school to go into high school had to wait on a result to come to say which school they were going to. And that school that they would go to would determine to a large extent their success in that society. And I asked myself, even as a medical practitioner, how is it a child at that age is subjected to that great stress where to determine further which school they will attend, to determine further how successful they will be in school, to determine further where they will end up in university, to determine further their success as a citizen. That is already traumatic. So what happened to the vast majority of students who do not enter into the school that is considered prestigious? What does it do to their self-esteem? That psychological trauma, how do they deal with it throughout life? Already setting up those who do not get into the school that is considered to be the best school. They are already thinking that they are failures. Where do those students end up? In St. Kitts and Nevis, I can tell you where they used to end up. They used to end up on the streets. And then after that, with no education to adapt to the society in which they live, which had to some extent rejected them even before they became adults. What do you think they did? They formed gangs. Because at least in that culture, they are respected, though we see it as deviant behavior. If you look at the hierarchy of needs, you would see there respect as one of those needs that every human being requires. And therefore, as we speak about creating a society where there is peace, the educational system from my vantage point, and I speak only from what I have observed and put it into context, that those who do not get that academic education and are left aside, many of them were cast aside by the very society that should have protected them at too young of age. And they formed their own society within the society, and what they formed was not what we wanted them to form. And therefore, to a great extent, this violence that is going through the Caribbean, as we deem it, because we now have a new concept in CARICOM dealing with violence from a public health perspective, looking at it holistically, the educational system must come under heavy scrutiny and be asked if you are to some extent not responding to the needs of the region, or have you contributed to some extent to the marginalization of some of our young people? Tough questions to ask. how will we respond? What type of Caribbean person do we want to create? And therefore, with all of that, though, I see that there is great hope. But the last point I want to make is this other point. Within the Caribbean region, there are very talented young people. Some of them are gifted by the measures that are traditionally used, which is the IQ. And I have not touched on EQ as yet, because I think the educational system needs to respond to that as well. And I remember there was a young girl who had done, I think, 16 CXCs and got 16 ones at a very young age. Maybe she was about 15, 16. I took her to the United Nations with me last year. But she was gifted because she was not only good academically, she can do almost anything at very, very high levels. Very, very high. Music, sport, education. And then there was a discussion in the country as to whether or not she should go to college. Here you have a 15-year-old, academically talented, has all of these CXC she's been doing since she was in second form. Of course, it is obvious that her talent is way beyond the CXC level, which is fine. And here she is in school bored, just like the child who is not academically inclined and is pushed aside to some extent. She feels pushed aside because here she is with this open mind, have fulfilled everything that had been asked, but at a young age because of her academic talent. And in that, she could not find a space within the school system to advance that. And that I found strange. And that is one of the conversations I had with Dr. Wesley. When we find our talented young people who are academically gifted, what do we do with them? Do we tell them they can't go to college? Or do we tell them, yes, at 14, for your gift, we will make sure that you get there? And so I want CXC to also respond to those who are among us as well. And the last point is this one. What about developing what I call the EQ side of it? I have seen over and over, because I used to teach at one point in my life, that you would have students who would have 10 CXC subjects. They would have 12. And then you ask them to sit to do an interview or have a conversation. And you're wondering, you're looking at the paper, and you're saying, okay, 12 subjects over here, but what I'm hearing over here and the conversation that is being had and the development of their EQ, there is a mismatch, a significant mismatch that puts people to a disadvantage as well. And so I would like to ask CXC to respond to that as well. Not only the academic, how much you get in your maths, your English, and so forth, but are you developing, in other words, those soft skills, which to me, sometimes, after a certain point, are more important than the academics. I'm telling you, I remember when I went to the US to do my interview to get into specialty. Of course, I was coming from Cuba, spoke Spanish. Everybody told me it could not be done. I said, well, if there's a way, I will get it done. And so I remembered when I went to the interview after having done all the examinations. I think the professor understands if you're sitting in front of him, it means you have achieved a high level of education. So he was looking for something more. And interestingly enough, he was from Australia. And instead of talking medicine, he started to talk cricket. And also interesting is that as a young boy, I used to stay up with my grandfather. He used to force me to stay up with him to watch cricket. And I used to be like, you got me up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning to watch cricket. And, you know, he was a lover of cricket when I should be sleeping or doing something. But the professor and I spoke cricket for 45 minutes out of the hour. And I was able to tell him all the things that I learned from my grandfather. About 2 weeks later, he called me and he said, look, I would like you to come and study with me. The only thing I can say, it was not the academics that got me there. It was the other education, that Caribbean education, my cricket education, that convinced him that I was not just an academic. I was a real person, and therefore I was suited to do studies with him. The point I'm bringing is that CXC, with your new theme this year, reimagining educational reform towards transformative agility, I must say that I love it. Lo amo mucho. That's what they say in Spanish. And I think the why is defined in this theme, and therefore it gives CXC the impetus and the thrust to chart this new course in this 21st century, responding to the needs of our people, and of course, setting the foundation for us to conquer all these changes. Thank you, CXC, for responding to our needs, and I wish you success and 50 more years of not only success, but extraordinary success. We need it. We deserve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. At this time, we're going to have a presentation. It is going to be done by Sir Hilary Beckles, our chairman, and the presentation is going to be made to the Honorable Prime Minister. Thank you. As we bring the curtains down on this opening ceremony, I will now invite Dr. Nicole Manning, Director of Operations CXC, to deliver the vote of thanks. Please welcome Dr. Manning to the podium.
Good morning, all. As we close out the opening ceremony for the third CXC Ministerial Summit, I wish to thank everyone who played an important role, well, generally, in making this event a success. I would first like to thank Mrs. Lillian Polydor Williams for beginning today's proceedings with a word of prayer. And of course, in all we do, we should give God thanks. Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of CXC, not only for delivering his insightful remarks, but for highlighting and encouraging the need for boldness as we share insights today and confidence that he would have expressed in the successful discussions that we will have. Dr. Wayne Wesley, Registrar and CEO of CXC, we thank you for sharing so strongly the need for social transformation, of which I'm sure will be a key part of the discussions today. To the Honorable Kay McConney, Minister of Education, Technological and in vocational training in Barbados. Thank you for joining us today, and we are certainly encouraged by your words and do look forward to hearing more about the transformative work being done in Barbados. Fair, inclusive, relevance, and a modern educational system. We do look forward to that conversation. On behalf of the directors, management, and staff of the Caribbean Examinations Council, a very special thank you to the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you for delivering the opening keynote address. We are honored that you shared your perspective with everyone here and those online, particularly noting the need for relevance, transformative agility, and truth in creating the people required to move the region forward. My director colleague noted that the year you spoke of made you Prime Minister. To our talented young Bajan musician, thank you, Mr. Waterman. It is truly heartwarming to see a person developing and exhibiting such talent. To those who will be participating in the sessions to follow, I trust you find the sessions enlightening with useful information that we can share when we return to our respective countries and organizations. Thank you. Our sincerest gratitude to Ms. Wendy Odell, Permanent Secretary Acting in the Ministry of Education, Technological, Vocational Training in Barbados, who as Master of Ceremonies guided us so smoothly through the opening ceremony this morning. To our partners on streaming services, all the CXC staff that have worked so diligently and tirelessly in putting all the elements together for making this event the success it is. Thank you. Have a good and blessed day.
Thank you, Dr. Manning. We will now take a 15-minute coffee break. The break will be held on the corridor to my right. Following that, we will go into session 1, the educational transformation reflections and presentations. I do hope that all of you enjoy the remainder of the summit. Thank you.
Welcome back to the 3rd CXC Ministerial Summit. I trust that during the coffee break that you have been duly refreshed and are ready for the second segment of this very important Ministerial Summit under the theme, Reimagining Educational Reform Towards Transformative Agility. My name is Roderick Redder, and I will be the moderator for this first session of the second segment of today's Ministerial Summit. At this time, I would wish to invite Dr. Eduardo Ali, Pro Registrar and Deputy CEO of CXC, to provide you with an overview.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. It's really a pleasure to see this room with so many persons who are passionate about education and educational transformation in the region. Honorable ministers from across the region who are here with us and online, esteemed Vice Chancellor and Chairman of CXC, Registrar and CEO of CXC, and I see also with us is the former Registrar and CEO of CXC with us, CXC officials and delegates, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. The Caribbean Examinations Council is pleased to host its 3rd annual Ministerial Summit, today, of course, here at the Accra Beach Hotel in Barbados. Our summit sessions commence from this time, and we hope to conclude, if all goes well, by 3 p.m. today. Last year, we met in the beautiful Spice Isles of Grenada, where we explored the theme, flexible learning, credentialing, and assessment in the region, and heard from the Commonwealth Secretary General, regional ministers of education, some of whom are here with us today, development partners from across the region, including the CARICOM Secretariat and the CDB, and of course from CXC. We then established 3 critical areas for reflection. The first is the need for sustainable partnerships and financing where ministries are notable shareholders. The second, the importance of multiple pathways of learning and forms of credentialing. And the third, the role of digitalization transformations for effective curriculum planning and delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, this being our 3rd summit is important because it attracts a range of education policymakers, legislators, bureaucrats, and practitioners and researchers from across the region who are concerned with education policy and strategy in their countries and, of course, the region itself. This year's summit, as you've heard, is on the theme Reimagining Educational Reform Towards Transformative Agility, apt a title as it is. The summit this year is organized into 2 sub-themes, which will proceed throughout the course of the day. The first sub-theme is moving from educational recovery to transformational change, and the second is leveraging innovations, in education. I would dare say that there are several factors we need to be cognizant of, and we've heard some of them this morning. Global warming and the factors of climate, the climate phenomenon, biodiversity loss, natural disaster impact, a devastating pandemic as it has had on the region, particularly with respect to learning loss and the recovery thereof, the accelerated digital revolution, growing access and participation inequalities, delinquency among youth and adults, what we refer to as democratic backsliding, and of course unemployment and unemployability, and the list goes on. These are just some of the factors that have been identified in the 2021 UNESCO Futures of Education report. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 World Future of Jobs report cites several changing and emerging occupations and skills or competencies that are required for the workforce by 2027. Analysis, critical thinking, resilience, flexibility, agility, motivation, curiosity, self-awareness, and lifelong learning are among the skills and competencies that are in demand for us as a region. In her recent writings on educational transformation, Dr. Jean Conacher refers to educational transformation as the systematic, and programmatic change to educational systems derived through policy, strategy, and legislation. The literature shows that the responses to the pandemic impact and the 21st century challenges within a global context, educational transformation serves to change several elements in the current practices and educational systems, models, and so on. Notably, transformative learning experience for learners, which we heard this morning, the curriculum design, the organization of teaching, learning, and assessment, navigating a sustainable educational environment, and very importantly, the enablers of those change, such as school infrastructure, technology, finance, and other resources. Ultimately, as UNESCO cites transforming education as learner empowerment through knowledge, skills, values, and attitude acquisition, we are so concerned at CXC about these issues. Accordingly, this summit aims to achieve the following. It first seeks to engage our esteemed ministers of education on key topical, regional educational policy issues by giving their perspectives and, of course, sharing their insights on transformations in education from their own countries. Secondly, it provides for us learning from the pandemic and permits us to share those transformations as we've gone through stage by stage in the planning and delivery processes in our education systems. There's an emphasis on curriculum and assessment transformational changes in primary and secondary education, flexible credentialing pathways across all curricular areas, and educational partnership options, which we want to look at as an organization, CXC, as a strategic partner with ministries of education. So we have 2 sessions today involving presentations from 5 regional ministers who are cited in your program and who will be introduced to you today by the esteemed moderator. This morning's session will be followed by an afternoon session which will follow the lunch period. Each session will be moderated. The moderator will introduce all presenters at the start. Each presenter will make a presentation for about 15 to 20 minutes in sequence. Following these presentations, there will be a moderated question and answer segment for approximately 15 minutes. Following that particular session, we expect that those persons who are ministers, both physically present and online, will engage in discussion. And we will give opportunity to other delegates who are present, face-to-face and online, to also share in the discussion. Of course, given the time constraints, we will have to manage this very tightly. And I'm sure my moderators here today will be able to do a great job at keeping us on track. CXC rapporteurs are online, covering the discussions to record some of the key findings or learnings. And at the end of these sessions, we'll have a brief presentation on what has been learned from the sessions for today. What we would also like to say is that after our afternoon session, we will have a response from CXC, where we will explore the strategic repositioning efforts of the Caribbean Examinations Council. Ministers, you may engage CXC officials, including but not limited to the chairman, the deputy chairman who is online, the registrar who is here, other executives, including myself and some of the other executives who are in this room, or senior management personnel who may be able to respond. We expect that these discussions will be robust, honest, and mutually engaging towards greater synergies and collaborations between the Caribbean Examinations Council and national governments focused on educational transformations and innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable ministers, and on behalf of the Caribbean Examinations Council, we thank you for being a part of this event, availing yourselves to meaningfully exchange your ideas and thoughts. We anticipate hearing from you to support CXC as we reposition for greater regional impact. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. As we prepare for our first presentation, which will be delivered by the Honorable Shari de Castro, Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, British Virgin Islands. She was elected for a second term for the 5th House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands as a territorial at-large representative in April 2023. As the Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, the Honorable Shari de Castro has been fully committed to moving Virgin Islands education full steam ahead. She firmly believes that in order to facilitate such change to take place in the education system, there are some areas that they must reimagine, adjust, and introduce. As the youngest elected member of the House of Assembly in Virgin Islands history, the Honorable de Castro knows that excellence is a journey, not simply a destination. The perspective inspires her to teach, develop, inspire, and mentor future leaders, while challenging them to dream big and to be the change. Honorable Shari de Castro believes that you have to give more to get change and live lives herself with a simple yet profound goal, which is also for guiding her mantra, which states, I make a difference. At this time, we wish to invite the Honorable Shari de Castro, Minister of Education, Youth Affairs, and Sports, to the podium to make her presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. A hearty Virgin Islands good morning to one and all. Our ministers, chairman, deputy chairman, who I want to especially recognize as the best permanent secretary in the region, Dr. Marcia Potter, registrar, other CXC officials, again, good morning. I take this opportunity very seriously to be able to communicate with you the story of the Virgin Islands in relation to education over the last 16 to 17 months under my tenure. I believe strongly that to reimagine education in the Virgin Islands and the region, we must first acknowledge and understand the issues at hand. We must see the gaps in accessibility, the disparities in resources, the dilapidated infrastructure, the antiquated systems, and the inequalities in opportunities. However, our commitment should not stop at mere observation. It is the creation of a vision that breathes life into a new narrative for education, one that transcends the challenges and envisions a landscape where every student has equal access to quality education. Allow me to begin with a quote that encapsulates the very essence of our discussion today. The only thing worse than being blind is having sight and no vision, as profoundly stated by Helen Keller. I stand before you to emphasize the critical importance of having a vision as we navigate the challenges in education and work towards its transformation in the region. It is one thing to see the challenges that our education system faces, perhaps even to be daunted by them, but it is an entirely different matter to possess the audacity and the foresight to craft a vision and instigate change. I believe that vision is the beacon that guides us through the storm, the force that propels us beyond the barriers of the present towards the future, where education is not just a means of instruction, but truly it is a gateway of empowerment for every single student in our region. When we speak of education, we often say, ministers should do this, permanent secretaries should do that, CEOs should do this, education officers should do that, principals should do this, teachers should do that. And as I sat and prepared for this presentation, I reflected on when I was a teacher in the education system. You see, I've spent my entire life in education, either as a student or a teacher and now minister. And when I first chose this noble profession, it was the promise of making a profound impact on the lives of children that beckoned me. I saw the potential with each young mind, the opportunity to shape not just careers, but character and creativity. I believed in being the change I wanted to see. I believe change started with me. So indulge me as I ask a few questions out of curiosity. As policymakers and advisors, how do we change the way our children, parents, and community view education? How do we change the ethos and environment of our schools to foster discipline, respect, accountability, and positive outcomes? How do we help our children to understand that if they take their education seriously, they are actually making a down payment on their future? How do we change the perspective of our educators to help them to realize that through teaching, they are actually making a direct deposit in our children, ultimately our future? So I'm an educator by profession, as I said, and a poet by passion. So let me use a little bit of poetry to ask and answer one final question. Are grades the outcome of education? We've used grades as a currency to quantify learning. Instead of critical thinking, problem solving, creativity, collaboration, and innovation, due to this flawed conception of teachers solely depositing information, instead of withdrawing inquiry, curiosity, and ingenuity. It's time to climb to the top of Bloom's taxonomy, to apply, to analyze, evaluate, and create change, meaningful change, in the way we view education in the region. From content, rote, and memory to skills as the new currency, or else all economies will suffer bankruptcy. because the demand for new and different skills and knowledge is continuously evolving and changing. Disruptions from new technology like AI, programming, coding, robotics, and automation have further amplified the skill volatility that we are facing. As the gap between the demand for skills and the supply from individuals continues to widen, relevant skills which increase in value. That's why we knew that we had to do something. That's where the vision for education in the Virgin Islands comes in. Education in the Virgin Islands moving full steam ahead. We knew that we could not afford to keep doing things exactly the same. As we know, that's insanity. In a world filled with so much inequity, I believe strongly that education remains the single most effective means of giving every single individual an opportunity. I believe it's the foundational basis to our societies, our democracies, and our economies. So let's change our approach to education. Here's my 2 cents for your consideration. Think about it. You can't get change if you give exact. But if you give more, you get change. Consider yourself in a supermarket, and you want to get back change. The cashier will say to you, give more. You want change? Give more. And that has been the impetus of our mandate since I've become the Minister of Education. We want change, but if we want change, we must give more. So let's rearrange our perspective and reconsider it. If you think about it, I'm an educator, so think about it with me, as all of us are. There are several ways to make a dollar, using nickels, pennies, dimes, and quarters. Singularly, it may take 4 quarters, 10 dimes, 20 nickels, or 100 pennies. In other words, our approach to teaching and learning must be diverse, dynamic, and distinct, or else, realistically, certain gifts, talents, and skills of our children will become extinct. Where we must consider whether it's visual, kinesthetic, auditory, social, solitary, verbal, or logical, we must diversify our delivery of instruction and even consider a combination of approaches to help our children leverage their greatness. As I said to you, there are several ways to make a dollar. So let's try one of them. I'll ask a question in the room. I know we have a whole lot of educators in here. Can you make a dollar using only 7 coins? Somebody said yes. Tell me what it is. Sorry? Can you make a dollar using only 7 coins? What are the 7 coins that you will use to make $1? Say that again. Okay, I'm hearing different answers in the room. That's one. Go ahead. Good. So my answer was, which there's a range, right? And that's the point we're trying to prove. 2 quarters and 5 dimes. All right? That's my answer. But your answer and your answer and your answer is different. So it brings me to my next slide. Let's try another activity to bring it home. So all my lovely colleagues on the left and the right, you, and I say this metaphorically, please don't take it seriously in that context. So you, left and right, you are pigs, right? My right side right here, you are ducks, and my left side right here, you are cows. So when I point to you, I want you to do exactly what I say to do. So remember who you are? Right here? Who are you? All right. Right-hand side, who are you? Left-hand side, who are you? All right, let's go. Pigs, quack. Quack, quack, let's go, quack. Come and quack. Quack. That's what we do in education, quack. Quack. All right, ducks, moo. That's what, see, y'all listen. But that's what happens as well, right? Cows, oink. All right, everybody do what I asked you to do. What did that sound like? Pure confusion. And just imagine sometimes that's exactly how our classrooms are perceived to be. Because imagine how children feel when we ask them to do the thing that they really ordinarily are not equipped to do. Children learn differently, and therefore teachers must teach differently. So if we consider what our impetus for change has been in the Virgin Islands, it really is responsive to this quote by Albert Einstein, who said it best: everybody's a genius. But if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. How many of our children feel that way, based on the instructional approaches that they receive every day? So, of course, forcing fish to climb trees, at least in the Virgin Islands, resulted in a number of things: poor student performance in key subject areas, poor attitudes towards school and learning, low teacher morale, decreased performance in national and regional exams like CXC, increased diagnosis of special needs students, even though quite often we don't really have a diagnosis, increased teacher resignations, rotations, and transfers. So basically in the Virgin Islands, we just didn't have a choice. We had to do something. We casted the vision, developed a plan, and rolled out the communication strategy and branded the transformation. Virgin Islands education, moving full steam ahead. Our collective commitment to a holistic education approach of moving full steam ahead fuel fires of learning. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics are not mere subjects. They are the building blocks of progress, the tools that we believe shape tomorrow's thinkers, creators, and problem solvers. The STEAM approach has ignited the flames of creativity in the Virgin Islands. The shift from rote memorization to skills-based learning is equipping our students with the tools they need to excel in a dynamic, ever-evolving world. In fostering a STEAM-infused education system, we are not just preparing students for the future. We are equipping them to be the architects of that future. We are sculpting problem solvers, critical thinkers, and trailblazers who we believe will chart new territories and rewrite the narratives of progress in the Virgin Islands as they become pioneers of industries propelling our economy forward. Now, of course, with any vision, you must develop a shared vision with your stakeholders. So I want to pause here to emphasize the pivotal role that teacher buy-in plays in the development and execution of a shared vision. As minister, I can have the best, the brightest, the brilliant vision. But if I don't have teacher buy-in, it's pointless. In the journey towards progress and transformation, the commitment and support of our teachers, it's not just valuable, they are absolutely indispensable. And as minister, because I sat in the same seat that my teachers now sit in, I know how it feels to sit in classrooms and listen to policy decisions that makes absolutely no sense in the real context of the classroom. And so we made a concerted effort in the Virgin Islands to ensure that we introduced Meet the Minister. I remember I became minister at a very challenging time in the Virgin Islands. And one of the first things that I did is that I huddled every single teacher in the public school system in a room, and we had Meet the Minister, of which we do every single term. And we sat and we really sought to develop a shared vision so that we could have collective commitment. And I wanted them to believe in the change that I was speaking about. So I'm asking them to give more to get change. And I have to take the time, I have to get out of the office, I have to go into the schools and do school visits, and I have to bring us all together, because the truth is the answers that we need, our teachers have. We just have to bring them together and put them in a space where they're able to communicate those challenges and ultimately come up with solutions. So I believe that buy-in from teachers is not just desirable, it's crucial. Out of this reality, of course, meeting the minister, I was able to meet with educators. We talked through the challenges. There were a million challenges, and I said to them, realistically, let's focus on 3 over the next few months. 3 priorities. We focused on infrastructure, professional development, and resources. Infrastructurally, we've asked our teachers to operate and teach in environments that are less than. They are not conducive or effective to learning because we have infrastructure that is as old as me. I'm telling a little bit of my age, but really it speaks to the reality of us committing to our stakeholders that I would not work in conditions that I don't want them to work in conditions that I'm not willing to work in. So I do school visits on a simple premise. I tell my CEO, my PS, my DCO, education officers, when I go to schools, what I see, I cannot unsee. And so I go and I see, and I admit that in some instances when I get home, it's difficult to sleep. Because when you consider the environment and the ethos and the funding that is required to change it, it ultimately gives me the passion to really seek to reimagine education and to put forward the solutions and the ultimate changes that are needed to effect the possibilities of the future. So, in the Virgin Islands, we were able to get that teacher buy-in. And I want to say, it is not just a step in the process. We can't look at it so minimally. It is the linchpin that holds the entire framework together. If your teachers don't believe in your vision, it will not happen. In the Virgin Islands, our teachers got on board with this STEAM initiative. Our schools were buzzing with excitement. They embraced the methodologies, they adapted to the teaching practices, and ultimately, through STEAM, we have empowered our students to think critically, collaborate effectively, and innovate boldly, skills that are the cornerstones of success. What does STEAM look like in reality? So STEAM says, I look at a car of today, and I look at a car of 100 years ago, they do not look the same. I take up my cell phone of today, and whatever the communication method would have been of 100 years ago, absolutely different. And I can go on and on and on about the various means by which change has taken place. But unfortunately, if I look at a classroom of today and a classroom of 100 years ago, it looks exactly the same. That says a lot about where we are in education, and it speaks to the transformation that CXC is seeking to impress upon us to mandate. You know, we spend a lot of money on a lot of things as policymakers, the desks and the chairs and the blackboard. I mean, I'll give a personal experience. When I became a teacher at the Elmore Style High School, my alma mater, I walked into the classroom and I saw a chalkboard. And I promise you guys, for a year I didn't touch the chalkboard. I refused to touch it because I couldn't believe in this day and age there was a chalkboard in my classroom. That was 2012, almost 11 years ago. And I remember going and speaking to a Rotary event, and I made the reference just to speak to the reality of where I was. And I believe days after, the principal called me in his office, and he said, Honorable Sherry de Castro at the time, I heard that you're not using your blackboard. I said, I know. I know you would have heard. I know exactly where I said it and who I said it to, and that it would get to you. And he said, so why aren't you using it? And I explained. And I kid you not, that was a Friday afternoon. By the Monday, my classroom had a marker board in it. I got an upgrade. I didn't get a whiteboard in terms of the projector and all of that, the Promethean board. In 2012, I got a whiteboard. You know, and there were some teachers who were there, and they were like, how you just reach and you get a whiteboard? Forgive my dialect, we Caribbean people. And I said, because you wanted to use a chalkboard, you've been using it, you good. I decided I wasn't using it, I got a whiteboard. And I just said that to explain that sometimes you really have to challenge change. Change is uncomfortable. It makes you and other individuals uncomfortable, but you have to really push and you have to force. I tell Dr. Potter all the time, I tell my acting CEO all the time, we in a sprint. We're not in a marathon. And so contextually, I had elections coming up in a very short window, but what I did was, I told them even after we won the election, we're still on a sprint, because we only have 4 years, and if we really think about it, we are a lot more than 4 years behind. So we have to race to bring about this change. So I want to speak to vision in action and the reality that we have to focus on curriculum and an emphasis on school leadership. So if you think on STEAM education, as I said, it really is a paradigm shift that propels us beyond the confines of traditional learning. So STEAM is not just a curriculum. It's a philosophy that redefines the educational experience. So we're shifting the focus from not content and knowledge singularly in terms of acquisition, but the application of skills and the development of competencies. STEAM education prepares students for the dynamic challenges of the 21st century. In the realm of STEAM, students don't just memorize facts. They engage in critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. They learn to collaborate, communicate, and effectively adapt to new situations. STEAM education is not just preparing students for a specific job. It's not about that. It's about equipping them with the skills and mindset necessary to navigate a future that is constantly evolving. So the implementation of these initiatives really hinges on something very serious, and it's called effective school leadership. Vision without effective leadership is like a ship without a captain, directionless and adrift. So school leaders have a very strong mandate. They must be the captains who steer the ship towards the envisioned destination that we have. Of course, effective school leadership, sometimes you consider it more in the form of administration versus in terms of being an instructional leader and having the prowess to inspire a shared vision, to foster a culture in your schools of collaboration and empowering teachers ultimately to innovate. So these teachers, these leaders, these principals in our schools, they have the mandate of championing the cause of this educational transformation that we ultimately are seeking to put forward. And they have to provide the support to their teachers and the resources ultimately funded by the government to be able to turn this vision into reality. So I firmly believe that by combining progressive curriculum and visionary leadership, we are in a position to really see the innovation, resilience, and lifelong learning in our students. So education and innovation equals change. When I became minister, we started Innovation Week in November. So this week is the end of Innovation Week this year. November 8th, if you look at it, NOV8, it sounds out, innovate. So all week, our young people have been engaging in Innovation Week. We set up an entire gymnasium with various centers: chess, robotics, engineering, critical thinking, mathematics, science, and so forth. And they must engage and move around the centers to be able to really understand STEAM. And the teachers as well, they come out, the principals come out, even the education officers, the permanent secretaries, they engage with the material as well, because we believe that we must stage the STEAM initiative so that they can formally understand it and buy into it. Of course, we returned on National Science Fair last year after a decade of not having it, because we believe that initiatives such as those really foster the type of STEAM-centered learning in our classrooms. And we had over 200 projects for a very small country, if you know the Virgin Islands, 30,000 people, a student population, public school of a few thousand. Just the resurgence of this initiative really spoke volumes to the STEAM initiative that we had been pushing for an entire year. And ultimately, STEAM innovations. I want to speak to you a little bit about that. So this school year in September, we continued to move full steam ahead. We included a new subject at our secondary level called STEAM Innovations. Our students have been eagerly exploring the intricate landscapes of coding, programming, robotics, and engineering. The inclusion of these digital skills in our curriculum is akin to arming our students with the tools that enable them to sculpt their dreams, to engineer their aspirations, and to ultimately paint their future in the vibrant hues of technology. It's inevitable. In today's world, where the heartbeat of progress is measured in technological strides, digital literacy is paramount. The addition of digital literacy classes in the Virgin Islands isn't just an enhancement. It is a necessity that empowers our students to not only keep up with the pace of change, but to surge ahead as pioneers of change. And these skills are the foundation that we believe will build careers, will materialize ideas, and will cause breakthroughs in the Virgin Islands and the entire region. So since September, I dare you, when you visit the Virgin Islands, go into our classrooms, and you'll see the pulsating excitement that STEAM sparked and ignited due to STEAM innovations. The joy of learning became infectious as the hum of creativity and the thrill of discovery permeated the air. We have also worked assiduously to increase the teaching pool locally, given the global teacher shortage. So, I mean, compared to your context, which are larger countries, I had a dilemma in the Virgin Islands over the summer. I had no clue where I would find over 60 teachers within a short period of time. And of course, we did our inherent advertisements. Thank God for the amazing educational expertise in the region. We had teachers who came to the Virgin Islands, which is customary, and have helped to build our education system there. But we also had to think on a different strategy. So through collaboration with the HLSCC, which is our community college at home, the ministry reinstituted the Associate in Education program this fall after a 6-year hiatus. And just consider what that would have done in terms of not having the ability to have your teaching credentials locally at home. We believe that a program such as that is absolutely critical to the creation of interest and entrance into the profession. So I want to say very proudly that I am a product of this institution, H. Lavely South Community College. I am the first Minister of Education that is an alumna of our highest educational institution in the Virgin Islands. Let me put that into perspective. The first Chief Minister of the Virgin Islands, the Honorable Hamilton Lavety Stout, was the visionary behind the founding of the H. Lavely Stout Community College in 1990, which was named in his honor. So I'll give you a few fun facts. One, I was born on the last day of the year that the college was founded. Two, when H.L. Stout announced his plan to build a college, the majority of people in the country thought that he was absolutely crazy. And I remember the story that they told when they went and the backhoes were starting to dig, the people literally lay down on the ground and say, "We don't need no college, you're wasting money, what you're doing." And I stand here today really as a proud product of his vision and audacity, and I am proud to carry on his legacy. I'll give you one last fun fact about this slide. You see the two gentlemen standing right there? One of them is the Premier of the Virgin Islands, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley. The other is the President of the H. Lavely Stout Community College, Dr. Richard Georges. Both of them were my English and literature teacher at HLSCC. They taught me English and literature. I became an English and literature teacher, and now I am the Minister of Education. It speaks to the impact of educators on lives, and I'm proud to stand next to these amazing men as young people instigating change in the Virgin Islands. The ministry has also prioritized access to scholarships and grants to support aspiring teachers during their training in education. So I want to also say that one of the areas that we really had to focus in on, we had to get creative. And so during the summer, we launched Let's Teach VI, an initiative designed to support and train new and unskilled, inexperienced hires in the field of education. So we had a dilemma. Persons were not becoming teachers anymore. And they really, you know, I sat with high schoolers and I asked them, "Why aren't you becoming a teacher?" And they said to me, "You see the troubles that we gave our teachers? Why would we choose that profession?" And you know, I come from a generation where when I was asked from 5 years old, "What do you want to be?" I said a teacher, and it never changed. And we're raising generations of Virgin Islanders, of Barbadians, of Jamaicans, who are not even willing to consider the profession of education. It says a lot about where we've come, because when I speak on the Virgin Islanders who literally charted the way like H.L. Stout and others, they were all educators that came out of the system and got into politics and made a difference. So we got creative and we decided we're creating Let's Teach VI. It's an initiative that allowed high schoolers who just graduated from high school to become teacher trainees in our system, as well as our teacher recruits who are individuals who have their associate or bachelor degree in content areas, but they are not teacher qualified. What we decided to do is allow our teacher trainees, this is a program that existed a very long time ago. It was stopped, and it really furnished the system that we have now. I'll give an example. The acting chief education officer is here. she was a teacher trainee. The namesake of the school that I went to, the Elmore Stout High School, he was the principal at the time. He called her in the office and said, you gonna be a teacher. And he channeled her along with other persons to become teacher trainees. The principals that I have in my institution right now, most of them started off as teacher trainees. And they grew and they developed and they climbed the hierarchy of education into positions. And so we started the teacher trainee program again to ensure that we have access, local access, to train talent through HLSCC and the teacher recruit so that we can qualify content area specialists to become the engineers of change in our schools. So I want to really close off by explaining to you, as we sit here in this room, you know, ministers of education, policy advisors, we understand that we have a mandate to really shape the very foundation on which the future of our territories, of our countries, of our nations will stand on. And I want us to understand the pivotal role that we play. We are not mere administrators. We are visionaries with the responsibility to guide our education system towards new horizons. I want you to consider the fact that, you know, our role transcends just administrative tasks. It extends into the realm of crafting policies, plans, programs, and projects so that we could collectively form the blueprint of the future of education. So if you consider it policies, they serve as the guiding principles, the compass that directs our educational journey. Plans transform vision into action. Programs and projects breathe life into the vision. They are the vehicles through which innovative methodologies, curriculum changes, and technological integrations are realized. Crucially, if we want to seriously achieve the transformational change that we speak about, we have to ensure that our vision is translated into these very same policies, plans, programs, and projects. I tell my team all the time, I don't like the word politician. I more appreciate the word representative. But in the realm of politics, because of the stigma that's attached to it, I do not involve myself in contracts, in procurement, in if you traditionally understand politics, politicians are perceived to involve themselves in those matters. My job, I am a policymaker. I seek to create legislation and policies that will ultimately impact and drive change in the Virgin Islands. So in essence, I want to close off and say to you that foundationally and fundamental to this change is funding. We could talk about change all we want, but if we don't have the funding to effect the change, we're wasting our time. And Dr. Potter is online, and I remember last November we went into standing finance, and the acting CEO was there as well. And we're sitting in the room, all elected officials, the Ministry of Education, and we had our budget, and we had the audacity to ask for an additional $1.25 million because we had some projects that we wanted to push forward. And we went in there and we fight. Y'all should have heard Dr. Potter. She started off by saying, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. And she went in, and the acting CEO explained to them, she broke down the $1.25 million, and she said, it's about $225 per child per year. And she said, aren't our children worth it? And we left the room, and the elected members said, education, go, go, go. They were so convincing, we were so convincing, and we got that additional $1.25 million, really to push Virgin Islands education full steam ahead. It was the basis and the impetus of the funding requirement that we requested, because as I said, we can have the vision, we could create it, we could plan it, but when it comes to execution of it, funding is critical. And I appreciate the fact that the Minister of Finance, as an educator himself, understands the relevance of education to our economy and ultimately has allowed us to move Virgin Islands education full steam ahead. I believe the region can do the same. Science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, STEAM. Move education in your respective country full steam ahead. I'll end with a very simple story that my students asked me when I was teaching. They watched me bowl in my face. when I was trying to get some of them to be educators. And they said, Miss DeCastro, why are you here? We here teachers don't make money. And unfortunately, it's true. We have to change that. We're working hard to change it. So I remember I had the audacity to run for Miss BVI in 2012. I believe life begins at the end of your comfort zone. And so I am unequivocally, quote unquote, I love Chuck Taylor's, Converse. If you see me, I'll wear my suit and Chuck Taylor's because it's me. It's just who I am. But I decided to run for the pageant to get outside of my comfort zone, to do something radical and crazy because it's the only reason that change is brought in. And so for my talent for Miss BVI, I won the pageant that year, miraculously, and I went on to Miss Universe in 2013. But I used this end piece of my poem to motivate you today as the reason why we are here, to transform education and to make a difference. So I said to the audience, as a symbol of respect to educators, Ms. DeCastro, why are you here? We here teachers don't make money. So I'll take this opportunity to confront everyone publicly and let you know exactly how much educators make, all of us in here. We make children believe that winning means you're willing to go longer, work harder, give more. Hear that, give more again? Than anyone else. We make children uncomfortable with being average, and we encourage them to swim outside of their comfort zones to catch the waves that'll change their life. If you ask me how much we make as educators, what's the answer? We make a difference. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. For our second presentation, I wish to introduce to you Dr. the Honorable Priya Manichan, Minister of Education in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. Since her second tenure as Minister of Education, Dr. Manichan has overseen a robust digital transformation of Guyana's education sector through the initiation of the Commonwealth of Learning Coursera program, the launch of the Profiteer program, where teachers are trained in the uses of ICT, and the launch of an education-centered television channel. Dr. Manichan is an attorney at law who also was conferred with an honorary doctoral degree in 2014 by Lesley University for her outstanding work in advocating for social justice and gender equality. I wish to invite to the podium, if you so desire, or if you choose to stay at your seat, Dr. Manichan.
Is that, you're hearing me? Okay. Good morning, Dr. Wesley, Dr. Beckles, colleague ministers, and everyone else here. CXC, thank you very much for hosting this timely summit where we get to discuss where we are, where we need to be, what my path is in getting to that place. I think all of us in the region, and for sure in the world, were shocked in 2019, 2020 with the COVID-19 pandemic. And we learned very clearly a couple of things. One, the entire world is related. We learned, is this going off and on? So you want me to use there then? Okay. Yeah. Oh, you want to use there? Okay, so this one doesn't have any problems for sure. So we had that stark awakening that we were all very interconnected, and so whatever we do in terms of education must be able to adapt to other countries and compete in various parts of the world. And we learned very, very clearly how small a global village this is. We learned how unprepared we were to adapt to different education. And I think we learned how quickly we can convert a pandemic, a disaster really, into opportunity. And those, for me, those months when schools were closed, I think was when any decent policymaker or educator got to examine how it was we were going to exit this pandemic with as many of us alive and not have what was predicted, the learning loss and the early school leaving. That is where we got to examine our own systems to see how versatile they were, how agile, to use the CXC theme here, they were, to see how it was we were going to build out and craft the new Caribbean student, new Caribbean adult that would meet these needs and more when they arose in their adult lives. And I think we saw for sure during that time the various challenges in dealing with policy from a strictly policy-making level, like Shari just said, and policy from coming from a politician, where we are representatives and servants of people who generally receive change very, very slowly and with a lot of resistance. And so the question became, how do we prepare this new generation of students for a world that would meet, if given all the scientific predictions, would meet challenges like that pandemic more frequently than we ever had before, would meet natural type disasters more? How do we prepare our systems for that? And even as we examined how to become modern and versatile and agile, we still had to deal, many of us, with current challenges or challenges that we'd faced for many, many years. Access to education, more schools that were accessible. And then once we got the children into the schools, quality, which had a whole host of issues under that, trained teachers, resources in the classroom, relevance of subjects, introduction of new subjects, the robotic type technology-infused learning. And so we had that particular challenge in Guyana. Guyana was also just emerging from a most regrettable and destructive, lengthy election period, where the date between the voting and the election result took 5 months. 5 months in the midst of a pandemic. So the election was in March, and schools closed in March. And so instead of a government, any government in place, trying to find solutions to what was a big problem, educating children differently from how we had been educated for centuries, a teacher in front of children, the government at the time was struggling with how to retain power. And that, not to introduce domestic issues here, but I'm trying to say when politicians are distracted, children suffer. And that happened. So for 5 months, children went unengaged, disengaged, without any work. Parents were worried. Everybody was frightened because the vaccines and so on were not accessible to the region at the time, as you know. So in addition to trying to stay alive, we had the added worry of what happens with these children in these 5 months, and the even more urgent worry of what would happen to those exam classes, the primary exit, the CXC. Those children were totally unengaged, disengaged, without any kind of instruction. And so it was a very frightening time, a very worrying time for parents, for teachers. And I think what I saw in my country, which you would have seen in yours, was the majority of people dug right down into their bellies and came up with their best selves. And even though we had school doors closed, we had teachers going back into the classroom, in some cases doing that without permission in most cases, because that was the only way they could engage their children. So we had to face some realities. How do we engage children differently from the way we had learned ever since we started engaging children, even when it was under a tree? Even when it was under a tree or under a benab, it was always an instructor in front of the learners. We couldn't do this now, so how do we engage them? And that is why I think COVID was a blessed opportunity. And I'm really sorry that so many people died, but we decided to use it as an opportunity. How do we engage students? And that is where we had to transform our system to develop quickly and effectively means of distance education. And so, Guyana has a dedicated, I believe we might be the only in the Caribbean region, a dedicated television channel to learning and teaching, education, disseminating education. But Guyana is very vast. So tomorrow we're going to take a tour of Barbados, and we're going to enjoy that for 2 hours. And we're going to get from one end to the other end. In my country, it takes me 2 hours to get from one village to the next by plane. So these are real challenges that are different, that CXC and other bodies and institutions have to understand. I see Dr. Manning shaking her head. We gave her a good tour last year, from plane to river to canoe. I don't know if she did horseback and bicycling too, but these are real issues that CXC has to understand in its context, and that becomes a little bit of a challenge too. So how do we reach students in their homes through this channel? And so we immediately started putting teachers in front of the television channel, and so that was the replacement. But even then, we had an accessibility problem with the interior regions. And so we have, from then to now, we have been able to move from 0% coverage in the hinterland communities to 85% coverage, where the government gave television sets, satellites, and solar panels to all the Amerindian villages to 85% now. By the end of this year, it's going to be 100% to hinterland communities. And we had teachers teaching in a timetabled, structured way on television. But then we had only one television channel, and we had to cater for nursery all the way to grade 9. And from then to now, we have expanded. We now have 6 channels dedicated to teaching and learning. No advertisements, no politicians, except for me. No other messaging except for very important public type messaging. And then we moved from, because we have such remote communities that the only thing they can access is radio. And so we began and dedicate a radio station to education, teaching and learning. And even though you would think the means are similar, they're very different. So lessons have to be crafted differently for television and differently for radio. And that was just 2 years ago. We have actually evolved from then. When we started that, what we needed was a teacher in front of learners. But we have teachers back in the classroom now. So we've actually evolved as a country, as a world, from that position. And we're now at a place where we have to engage children meaningfully on these channels using what they know: anime, cartoons. So we're in a process of revolutionizing the channel to deliver all the lessons in ways children know. And that brings me to the other challenge. How are we delivering now? I heard someone earlier, one of the presenters, speaking of teachers and students, and it being very important to have teachers. And I think changing the way we train our teachers is a game changer in terms of quantity and quality. And so, again, COVID brought that opportunity. The college was closed without any prospect of opening, without any plan to open, without any scheduled opening date, which was not something that we could sustain. Because now, in 2023, when there is no COVID, and we're all sitting here only with Dr. Dolly and her sanitizer, we're all maskless, and we're sitting very closely to each other, we're not sanitizing anything. We would have been in a place where we've forgotten about COVID, but we had not a single prospect of graduating teachers. So we have teachers dying, teachers retiring, and we would have been here in 2023 without the ability to add new teachers to the system. And I don't know how many of you are social media butterflies, but my memories on Facebook are throwing up in the last couple of days things that even I have forgotten. I forgot what we had to do in that period because it seems so long ago, we've moved so far away from it. So in this 2023 November, we would have been here without COVID, but without the ability to add a single extra trained teacher to the system. What we did, we took the college, which hitherto had only been allowed to graduate about 535 persons at its maximum. We took that college online. Not solely online, but wholly online. There was also face-to-face engagements. And on the 29th of November this month, we're going to graduate over 2,300 trained teachers, the largest cohort ever, taking our number of trained teachers from around 75 to 78, which is what it's been for the last 15 to 20 years, to close to 100%. So we'll have close to 100% trained teachers in the system. And there's no turning back from that. And that is how this will continue. How trained are the teachers? For this time, very trained. How trained are they for the next 3 years is a question we have to start addressing now. So we're doing continuous. You could do the slides. The slides might have some order that I'm not following, so I'm not sure how useful that would be. But we are engaged in to transform our system and to make teachers ready and prepared. Continuous professional development sessions, at least 40 hours, that each teacher must engage in every year. Because if we're not training for new events, if we're not training teachers to meet the needs of children of tomorrow, and we're going to use the 2023 teacher as a relevant trainee for 2027, we're going to be behind time because things are changing and changing rapidly. We also had the opportunity to look at our curriculum. The curriculum that we had at the time was going to be, say, for our grade 6 children, which is our exit at primary, would have been too advanced for children who were home for 2 years. It would have been an exercise in futility, just for the sake of saying that we had this exam. And so we had to look at whether we were meeting the children where they were. We consolidated that curriculum, taking out a lot of things that ought to have come out before COVID, where we'd gone too deep and which we could Google now. I was able to, while the Honorable Prime Minister was speaking, and he was speaking as a 10-year-old, and he sounded remarkably close to when I would have been at 10. I was able to quickly check, and I realized I'm a couple of months older than him, but we're in the same year. And I was able to check on Google right away. So what we taught when I was in primary school, what we taught when I was at the NGSA level, is it still relevant now? Is it still needed now when almost everybody has a device in their hands with connectivity? Do we need to teach all the imports and exports and currency and ministers of all the CARICOM regions? Or could we make it a little bit more relevant to what they are faced with now? A little bit more in-depth teaching of climate change and the consequences. A little bit more in-depth teaching of how Guyana's oil and gas economy is going to, and agricultural diversification is going to be able to benefit the other countries in the regions. So what we are teaching, curriculum reform, is going to transform education, or it could keep us stagnant. We've engaged in Guyana in intense curriculum reform to make it more practical. And I know CXC has had this conversation, whether, and I would like that examination, whether the practical nature of what was intended is effective is something we can look at. But how do you get a child who is, whether we like it or not, and I'm a parent of two relatively young children, 13 and 10, and it's very easy parenting to just slap a device in their hand. You don't have to feed them, you don't have to bathe them, you don't have to do anything with them. And so it's easy parenting, but it's also dangerous for several reasons. What it exposes them to, but also how they are learning now, and how very different that is from the classroom. So they're learning through animation, they're learning through language that the teachers don't necessarily use, they're learning through art, they're learning through music, and we don't have that translated in the classroom. So how are we marrying and making sure curriculum content and methodology in delivery is relevant to and effective in the population we want to bring up? And so we are carefully looking at how to make sure our content is relevant. We have employed a foreign firm, not always a good thing, but we have a good hand in that, to make sure that the content is revised so that we get to remove some of what might not have been necessary. And again, I say that came out of COVID. That came out of us looking to see how we could condense this curriculum and then test on just what is absolutely necessary. And then how to do that in a practical way that allows our children to learn effectively, more hands-on. So instead of telling them about filtration, could we go and get some mud in the yard, mix it up with water and bring it and actually filter it and show this to them? Is it too many in the class to be able to do that effectively? So do we have to change our class sizes and not just talk about that change, but actually start constructing new schools to get those class sizes smaller? So curriculum delivery, and then how we assess. And CXC has to look at this also. It's not a lecture, it's a suggestion. But how we assess. So if Guyana is going to change the content of that curriculum and how we teach it, but CXC comes to us with the same exam that they had before we change, we're going to have a problem. Our children will not be prepared to answer your type of questions because we're trying to create thinkers. We're trying to create problem solvers. And it's not easy. I'll come to some of the challenges just now. But we're trying that. But your method of testing remains the same. And so there's a little bit of a conflict there because I have a duty to make sure the Guyanese children continue to excel. You know, we've been topping the region consecutively for over a dozen years. And we want that to continue. And it would be wrong for us to remove that opportunity from the Guyanese children. So what you end up having happen is a desire, an intention, and a political will to get this changed. But then when you hit grade 9 or third form, we got to go back to CXC's method because we need them to pass. Or else they can't matriculate and get into a college and do all these fancy things with this great thinking and skill set we're trying to create in earlier years. And that is one of the things we have to marry. And I think it was Dr. Wesley who said earlier that talking about it and doing it are two different things. And so it's very easy, especially when we're speaking to audiences we want to vote for us, to make it sound sexy and exciting and sensational, and we have all the plans. And then when we try to change into that, if it starts having a negative effect on the population, then the natural thing would be to revert to what is giving you great results, because you have to also answer people. So curriculum change, the delivery of how that change is executed, how we test, so what are the methods we're using to test, and whether that can remain the same that it is right now would all, in my view, help towards reform and transformation. We still have to deal with technology infusion in the classroom. So we heard Chari speak of a blackboard and a whiteboard. We've gone past that. We're now talking about a smart screen. So a smart screen where we're not delivering notes, we're not calling out notes, or we're not writing the notes either on the blackboard or the whiteboard. We're screen grabbing and sending to your device. So what we have more of, we're trying to implement that, but what we have more of is a discussion in the class. Here are your notes, go and read them. And then tomorrow, let's act this out. Let's do a play. Let's talk to each other about what this means. That allows for a more student-centered approach to learning. And I think that is a transformational infusion into the system, simply because it stops the teacher from dictating what and how the student must know it and learn it, and allows each student to receive it and learn it and interpret it in their way, and then to share that in a classroom. So the world is moving past rapidly just the traditional means of delivery, which would be blackboard and whiteboard, and is moving towards a technological infusion in the classroom, which is transformational. Funny thing about that is what is relevant today is going to be outdated in about 2 years. So you have a real problem for countries like ours, where funding to keep up with that technology then becomes an issue. So how does a poor country, a developing country, a small island state, how do you compete with a hurricane that is going to come your way, and the shoring up of your seawalls, and the preparation for that natural occurrence that is going to happen, even as you prepare your child to go study and compete anywhere in the world using the technology that the world is now using? That will be one of our main challenges. We still have, as a region, to tackle the elitist education Dr. Beckel spoke of. I know I am trying, and Barbados is trying, and I was very excited when Prime Minister Motley announced, I think in her first term, that we were going to do away with the well, I'm not sure, the common entrance. I'm old, so we call it common entrance. I'm from the common entrance era, the NGSA and SCA. And she said, we're going to, it's too early. 10 and 11 is too early for a student to make that decision that they want to go to X school or Y school. And if they don't go to X or Y, their opportunity diminishes. So how do we make every school an excellent performing school? And I was waiting, and we started examining it too in 2020. How do we make sure that we move away from only some schools performing to every school performing, and placement perhaps close to where you live rather than in the elitist top schools? And I have to say neither country has been able to do that as yet, for a variety of reasons. Access, so actually having schools, in place where every child can go to a school close to their community, and dealing with the human beings in our country who we all love and who we want to love us. How do we get that change? Even as we tell them, genuinely, without it being just words, the quality that their students would have been allowed to get. So we can't just tell parents that your child could go to any school. We have to change the quality of delivery and the outcomes at that school, or we will damage children who are good. So the question now arises as a challenge: how do we bring along a population on some of the hard issues? We have about 13,000 teachers. How do we tell them that, and bring them along that journey, because it's necessary, that we must now go to a place of licensing, like any other profession, where rules and regulations will apply? How do we tell parents that, or a population of parents, that your children could go to any school and the quality would be the same, while we make sure that the quality is the same? And so essentially we have a major challenge as a region. I think anywhere in the world would have very similar challenges, and that is to make a major change from what populations are accustomed to what we would like to take it to, and to have evidence that it is different. I don't believe we should be beating children in school, but the population doesn't agree with me. So there are evidence-based research papers on why we shouldn't, but every parent who disagrees with that could show me how wayward those children from those places are and why we must move it from here. So we have to find the balance. What's the balance? Perhaps a parent opting out of this stream of discipline licks. But I say that to say that the population of a country has to buy in to whatever change it is we're going to make, if it's to be successful and if it's to be implemented successfully. I think generally we have a trusting, legitimately so, because we've delivered on promises, population, but I think major changes would still require time to get accustomed to it that we might not have. Additionally, transforming these may sound like small issues, but transforming how our children learn and supporting their parents in that process has proven beneficial. So we give school grants to each school to make sure they can buy their materials, chalk and markers and so on time. We give a cash grant to each child every year to help their parents outfit them for school. We give breakfast to all our nursery to grade 2 children, and then breakfast to our grade 6 children, that's the children exiting primary school. We give all the textbooks our children need, I think, for free. I think that we might be one of the few countries in the region still doing that. And those things sound like small things, but supporting parents in getting their children into the classroom so that these transformational changes can be applied to each and every child is also important in countries where we're still developing, where we still have relatively high levels of poverty, and they cannot be taken out of the conversation in a very academic, how do we transform education, and we're talking about just content without thinking of small things like someone's belly and what goes into it when content is supposed to hit their head. Educational transformation in these parts, I think in any part, but I think the Caribbean region has peculiar circumstances that can make it more challenging than the more developed countries, because we have too many other nuances that you're addressing, including competing interests in individual countries for budgetary allocation and the reduced budgetary funding in IFIs towards education across the world. I think CXC has done a remarkable job with meeting the needs, but I believe also that there has been some stagnation in how quickly we can meet those needs. And so I see excellent movements like the e-testing being introduced, but some sloth in how we move past that. Or I see the intention of the many SBAs, 18 SBAs for biology or chemistry. The intention was to go very practical and have that hands-on knowledge of the subject, but you've kept your paper 2s and paper 1s at the same level. So what you end up doing is children are doing 18 SBAs for chemistry and 18 for biology and 18 for physics, and it just becomes too burdensome. So they're doing it for the sake of doing it, not for that hands-on enjoyment and love of this subject, because content has not necessarily reduced from the paper 1 and the paper 2. And so I think while and particularly during COVID, we saw an excellent response that didn't see us being unable to access colleges and universities, us being the young people of the region. After COVID, well, as soon as colleges and universities opened up, I still think there can be more from the body, the Caribbean Examinations Council, in reviewing how some of what was implemented is working. And while I think I've heard the commentary before that Guyana has a student doing 24 subjects, so that's always going to be hard, and it is. But any exam system has to cater for that student, because that is actually the student I have found who, while they're doing 24 subjects, are also playing a sport, are also doing elocution, are also the poets, are also playing something in their mandares, a musical instrument. So they're actually the students doing more because they can. They're talented. So that's not the student necessarily that I'm speaking of, but I'm the regular science student who is doing 10 subjects, has way too many in too short a period of time, practical work to do from teachers that you're all aware of who are unwilling to mark and remark until we get it right. So a relook at how we do that. A relook at how we use the information gathered from examinations, the yearly, annual examinations. How do we use that information to help inform individual countries? There is no statistical breakdown of or analysis available to us as countries as to how students are performing topic by topic in any subject. So in mathematics, we're performing poorly, but were we doing well in fractions and poorly in sets? So I don't think you test sets anymore. Vectors, whatever it is you're testing. Are we doing poorly in factors and great in sets? And that helps us inform how we train our teachers. That information is not available to countries from this massive body. So those are some of I'd like to see some of the changes from the Caribbean Examinations Council, meeting the needs more of using stats to inform what happens in individual countries, because we have different countries with different needs. Shari's entire population is 30,000. My entire student population is 200,000. We're very different. We'll have the very different needs when we have those kinds of demographics that we're dealing with. So I'd like to congratulate the council for hosting this. I think it's important for us to begin the transformation and begin that and pursue that robustly and make it move rapidly and not just talk about the transformation, because transformation has begun everywhere else. We don't want to be left behind in the region. I'd be happy to take any questions, answer any questions, or clarify anything you'd like clarified when we get to the question and answer section. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Our final presentation for this session will be delivered by the Honorable Kay McConney, Minister of Education, Technological and Vocational Training. Prior to this current appointment, she was the First Minister of Innovation, Science and Smart Technology. Minister McConney served for 7 years with distinction as Barbados's Consul General in Toronto. She is a former international trade negotiator at the World Trade Organization and a former senior diplomatic representative at the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. She has served as an expert resource for international development programs in the Caribbean, leading capacity building and institutional development consultancies. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Minister Kay McConney.
Good morning, everyone. Are you all tired of all of the speaking yet? Okay, well, I'm going to try to be as succinct as I can and leave you to ask as many questions as you want. Is that a good deal? Okay, well, let me tell you. Barbados, we are right now in the heat of the action as it comes to education transformation, because we are now in the public consultation phase for the proposals that we are making regarding education transformation. And just to give you an overview of the approach that we have taken one that really says that we start with what are the values that we wish to build into our system. And that is that system, our education system, be fair, that it be inclusive, that it be relevant, and that it be modern. In addition to the values, we determined that we needed to put the child at the center of education. That has not always been the case in this country. It has often been more of a focus on teaching the subjects more so than teaching the child. And we really and truly needed to put a greater focus on the child in this situation. The third thing we did is we chose to take a whole of system approach. Let's look at the entire system, because if we tinkered with one thing and we didn't fix some of the others, there was going to be an effect that we may not have intended. And then the fourth thing is that we recognized that government could not do it alone, and therefore we needed to take a partnership approach. So it was those four things that were really driving what we did: values, the child-centered approach, a system-wide approach, and partnership. In that regard, we focused on the values of fair, inclusive, relevant, and modern, because we recognized that the system was not fair to all. Not all children were being properly served through our system. And we recognized that we had to have a system that served all, not just the few who got into those elite schools, and not just the few who got noticed and had the opportunities that others did not have. We thought that we needed to create a system that was fair to all, and not just to the students, but to the teachers, so that fairness was not just something that we looked at from a student perspective, but also from a teacher's and an educator's perspective, I should say, even wider. The intention there was that we would help to create a bright future for every child. And that was part of ensuring that every child, no matter how they learn, I'm told now that it is no longer learning styles, but learning preferences. I'm hearing that the language is evolving, and that in fact it's not just their learning styles, but their learning preferences. No matter what their learning styles or preferences are, no matter what pace at which they learn, no matter which intelligences they have. We needed to build a system where there could be a bright future for every single child. We determined that we had to explain to those who were going to go on this journey with us why it is we needed to go on this journey. And I think I need not convince any of you here, many of whom are educators, as to why it was necessary. But we also know that we had to prepare our children as well as our country to face the world that is very real right now. One determination we had to make was, who are the partners we wish to carry on this journey? And that's where the partnership piece of those 4 that I mentioned at the beginning, that's where the partnership piece came. Where we started walking was with our unions and our parents, National Parent Teachers Associations, and the youth organizations, Future Barbados and others. And we started with them back in July of 2022, trying to find out what should we put on the table, what are the things that are pressing, what are the things that we should take to the public at some point in time. After having several consultations with that almost a guiding coalition of parents and principals and teachers and youth, we then went to what we call stakeholder consultations with our teachers, with the faith-based community, with the principals, with the unions, the broader body of union members, with Parliament, all parliamentarians, no matter what side of the fence, with the Social Justice Committee, with a number of stakeholders who we thought had a stake in this. Out of those stakeholder consultations came the proposals that are now out, and this is what we have produced coming from that. It was a combination of those consultations, of research that had been done across different governments and political parties, as well as our own experience and our ambition as a country that came up with this. So there was no one thing, it was several different inputs that created. These are now the proposals of reimagining Barbados, reimagining education in Barbados. This was the theme under which we did the stakeholder consultations. We're now at public consultation. So now we have this. We said, okay, coming out of all those consultations with our stakeholders, here's what we're now proposing to the public. It is not a fait accompli. And we are now in the 3rd of our public, we just finished our 3rd of our public consultations, where they now get to feedback, tell us what they agree with, what they don't agree with, how they think we can implement, what they think makes sense, what does not make sense, so that by the time we are done, the intention is that this too will evolve, based now on the input from the general public. And then out of this, we then move towards cabinet and see how we will be able to get approval to be able to move towards a policy that then would require implementation. So that is the walk. That's the journey we have taken so far. What I would say is that when it comes to, there were 2 things that we determined. There are proposals in here that are longer term, because remember I said we took a system-wide approach. And we did so cognizant of the fact you cannot do everything that needs to be done at once. But once you know the full picture, we are then able to prioritize and pull out those pieces that will go first, and then those things that will come after, what will need to be phased and what those phases might look like. That comes after the public consultations, and we now have a more fulsome document. Now we know what we're moving forward, what we'll be moving forward with. And without going through all of the specifics, I would say that we've learned many lessons. And perhaps I think the most fundamental one is that government needs to listen. And we have been listening and listening over the last while. And in fact, many of the proposals that are in here came out of government listening. Many of you have spoken, and I've spoken with some of my colleagues individually about the challenge we are having in the region with literacy and numeracy. It is very real here in Barbados. One of the things we thought is that as we go to education transformation, it is not just about looking at the system for the things we need to put in place, but we have some real problems now. We did some diagnostic testing post-COVID to understand what was truly the impact of the learning deficit. We did that testing across second, third, and fourth form students at the secondary level. And the results were disturbing. And so what we did is we determined that as part of this transformation, we have to start walking with these students from where they are if we are going to be child-centered. And this year, we have even started the process working with the principals and the teachers and the students to put specialized plans in place for those students who are most challenged. In other words, we recognize that education transformation is not just what we're going to do to take us down the road, but it's also the things we have to do now to get the children ready to be able to take the leap with us. The things we have to do with the teachers now to get them ready to be able to take the leap with us. So also, over this last summer holiday, the training of teachers in very specialized areas that we need to help jumpstart the transformation process, that has started. And that includes training in how to do individual education plans. Not all teachers, students will require them, but we know that we needed to boost our capacity in that area. There's also some moves afoot with regards to helping our teachers who are not teaching math in the way that gives the best result for the child, the best outcome for the child. So we have started that. I'm just giving those as examples of the fact that there were some things that could not wait. The further reskilling and upskilling of our teachers in very specific areas, and of course the need and recognition that you don't just train. There must be continuous professional development, and in fact, hopefully within the next couple months, there will be a full platform where a teacher can go and see what can I study, what can I learn at this time or that time in this form or that in order to be able to continuously build my professional capacities. In this proposal brochure, and I will not go through all, and for those of you who are interested in getting a copy, we do have some here. We have put forward proposals at the pre-primary level, the primary, and the secondary. So we broke it out in different levels of our education system so you could see clearly what we're doing for each. At the pre-primary and primary, one of the things we understood is if we don't give these children a good foundation, a solid foundation, it will not make a difference because when they get to secondary level, they will not be able to manage the secondary level. And so one of the things at the pre-primary level that we have started, that we are proposing, is that we extend universal access. It is currently 5 years old. We are proposing to extend that to 3 to 5, that the government will make available access in public funded schools for those students who are those young persons in the early childhood stage who are from 3 to 5. And one of the things that drove that came out of the consultations as well, and came out of some research we had done, where we realized that those parents who were able to pay for their children to go and have some pre-primary education, when they hit the primary level, they were doing better than some of those other students who could not access. And therefore, we thought that in order to give every child a chance at a bright future, we needed to make sure that we build a stronger, more solid foundation for all, and expanding access from 5 to 3 now, where we get them ready for the formal education system when they hit 5 and go into primary. We thought that building a more solid early childhood foundation was critical. So resources are being put in that regard. In addition, at the pre-primary level, with that early childhood, very early childhood level, we are also proposing a shift play-based curriculum. We recognize that the question is play-based curriculum, where we use play to help to teach so that we are not forcing down the throats of the children who are not yet ready for some of the formalized approaches of the later school years, that we're able to excite them about learning and that they actually start to believe that learning is fun. And once they start to believe learning is fun, it increases their curiosity and their desire to want to continue learning. And so it's the introduction of a play-based curriculum at the pre-primary level. There are a bunch of other things, as I said, I'm not going to go over all. What we were also discovering is that students who were having challenges at school, whether on the gifted side or the remedial side, we were not doing as well as we could in terms of interventions to support them. And part of that is because we were not doing the proper diagnostic testing. And so we weren't using evidence-based approaches to determine how to intervene and support that child. And so the expansion of our diagnostic testing at several levels in the pre-primary and primary level, and we are working with a subcommittee to determine exactly what those levels will be, tested for hearing, for sight, for speech, and also for giftedness at different levels, so that we are able now to build the programs and properly resource the kind of support that we would need for those children. It is also at the pre-primary level, that early childhood level, that we are proposing the development of student profiles. What will often happen is that a child will move from one teacher to the next, but you're not sure what's that child's strengths. You don't know what's that child's challenges. You don't know what's that child's interests. You don't know what's that child's gifts. There are a number of different things that teachers, if we are going to make it child-centered, the teacher needs to be able to teach the child. But if the teacher doesn't know the child, it becomes a little bit more difficult to do that. And so the idea from the time the child comes in, that you build that child's student profile that will follow that child from class to class to class, with it being expanded and developed over time, so that by the time the child reaches the secondary level, truly being able to teach the child is something that we're able to do, and to really target programs and to teach the child in the best way the child learns best. These are just some. Of course, there is significant work on curriculum that needs to be done at that level. And one key thing at that primary level is that we are proposing to put benchmarks in place, so that rather than relying solely on a child passing a test, it is when you hit infants, A or infants B, these are certain standards in literacy, numeracy, and other areas, social and emotional, that you must meet before you move on to the next level. And before you move on to the next level, and the next level, so that now we are teaching to standards. And we know now what a child is capable of as that child moves forward. And with flexibility in the system, whether a child is 9 years old and is able now to go on to secondary school or not, that flexibility is there. That the child can move, if gifted, at a faster pace. And if a child moves at a slower pace, that there's also a provision in the system to be able to do that. At primary, we recognize that this is where competency-based learning has to take a bigger space. It is not just what the child knows, but what the child can do. And so technical and vocational strategies will start being pushed earlier, being introduced earlier in the process at the primary level. And this is where even the support of CXC, as we start to assess in different ways, even at that level, that we would be looking for what kind of support might CXC be able to provide even at that level. Of course, moving from the summative assessments where it's at the end of your journey that you are tested to more continuous assessment throughout the journey is also where we are seeking to shift, even starting as early as primary. Again, CXC, in your expertise, and how do you help us to be able to build those out in a way that makes sense within our system. We recognize that to live in the real world, children have to know how to collaborate, how to cooperate, how to work together, how to operate as teams. And therefore, the project-based approach is an approach that we're proposing to introduce at the primary level as well, where it's not just you working individually in your corner at your desk with your paper covered, but that you're actually learning the skills of how to communicate and collaborate and to work together in a way that will serve you well when you have to move into the real world. As I said, there are other things, but I think what is more important as well, and I believe it might have been Professor Behold and others speak about it this morning, where social and emotional learning is critical. And it isn't a subject you can teach, but the intention is to infuse social and emotional learning across all subject areas. And so in the design of the curricula and in the way in which we look at how we teach it, how we assess, it is the social and emotional aspects that need to be infused across all of the areas. Now, as I said, there's more. I won't go into any more at primary. At the secondary level, we are proposing a new way of transitioning from primary to secondary. We are one of those elitist countries where you take that exam at 10, 11 years old and you are placed. It is a placement exam. A placement exam used to determine where you get placed and which school you will enter. And I think many of us didn't understand. I think people are better understanding where that system came from. There was a situation where many persons of this country, the majority of this country, would have been educated up to the primary level. And as we opened secondary level schools, we recognized that the number coming out of primary was much larger than the spaces you had at secondary. You therefore had to come up with a system to sift out and sort through who gets through and who doesn't. And that system has remained with us. I will not have a further discussion on the good or the bad of it. At this point, I will simply say is that we see a need for us to be able to find new ways of transitioning students from primary to secondary. And what we are proposing is a feeder system where if you go to these particular primary schools feed into this particular secondary school. It's a zoning of sort, and previous commissions and studies have in fact recommended that we go to this approach. So this is not new in terms of what we are saying. Additionally, at the secondary level, we are suggesting that we separate, proposing, I should say, that we separate those who would go from what is now your first to third forms, typically, to those who might be at your fourth to sixth form, typically. And I say typically because the intention is that there's flexibility in the system. If you learn faster, you move faster. If you learn a little bit more slowly, or the pace is not quite what you would like, you get the opportunity to stay a little longer at the different levels. And also, whereby now you have very limited choices for what a child will do when they choose to go into fourth form, whether you go the language route or you'll go the science route or you'll go the business route or the general studies route. The intention is when you get to that level, which is now our fourth form level, we propose to broaden the options that you will have where you can choose how you want to go. And those options are informed by the national development priorities of Barbados, the future of work and where we have seen the greatest interest. And a number of those areas have, in fact, been identified. I will stop there because I think the opportunity to ask questions at the end should be there, and I did promise you that I will not go on for a very long time. But I just wanted, in fact, to let you know that we are not moving to the next step blindly. We currently have audits that are being put in place because we recognize that part of the challenge we have is that whole mentality of good school, bad school, that this school is the better school and that school is the better school. We really and truly need to break that, but we will not break it by talking. We have to demonstrate the difference and the change in the schools, which means we must now do an audit to understand, because some of these concerns are legitimate. Some of these concerns are legitimate. Not all schools are resourced the same way. That is just the plain truth. And so we are doing an audit of all schools to ensure that we understand the point from which we are starting. We understand the gaps that we now need to fill in order to bring all schools to the right kind of standards, not only in terms of physical infrastructure, in terms of digital infrastructure, in terms of other resources that are normally given to schools, and to be able to ensure that we have a system in place where somebody is checking to make sure that equity is indeed being pursued in a meaningful way. And so we're currently in the process of doing that audit, and when the audit should be done in a couple of months, we should be able to understand where is the disparity, and therefore how do we best address those disparities so that we can make every school a good school a reality. And so a bright future for every child in a system that is firm, where every school is a good school and all have the opportunity to reach their potential. That's where we are seeking to move with education transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister McConney. And a special thank you to all of our presenters this afternoon. As lunch beckons, I know we have a significantly reduced time for questions and answers, but I will still afford just about 5 or so questions. About 15 minutes, yes. Okay, so we will open the floor for your questions to be posed to our ministers who have presented. And I see there are 2 mics in the room, and you can make your way to the mic just by showing a hand. I can recognize you. If you do have a question. No one wishes to ask a question? Go ahead, Dr. Wesley.
And every time there we go. Every time that we mention the whole idea of transforming education, we talk about buying. And, you know, what I want you to just expand a little bit on for me is how did you obtain teacher buy-in? Because one of the challenges right across the region is getting the teachers to support what you do. So precisely, how did you get all teachers to come on board with STEAM?
Truly, it wasn't as challenging as I believe it is often perceived, and I believe it was because I did what I wanted a minister to do for me when I was an educator. We had the Meet the Minister meeting because fundamentally, the challenges that we were addressing on the ministerial level, the teachers were the ones who were feeling them every day. And while I appreciate that a lot of the technocrats in the ministry were former educators, some are far removed, having sat in technical positions for quite some time. And so I believe there's merit in both realms. And I believe what was lacking is the coming together of individuals. We had multiple stakeholder meetings. I met with everyone and anyone. I remember one of the meetings that stood out to me, as simple as this might seem to you. I had a bus drivers meeting, and I sat in a room full of bus drivers, and the bus driver said to me, "I was born to be a bus driver." And I watched him like, what? You know, and he said it again. And I left the room understanding that inevitably he said to me, I'm important too. The kids don't get to school if I don't drive them. And so while you might think generally in the context of the education system I'm minuscule, the reality is I'm not. They don't get there if I don't take them. And so the approach I've taken, I believe we're all pieces of the puzzle. I tell my team all the time, not because I sit in the seat of minister, I'm no bigger than you, I'm no better than you. Our pieces are all the same in terms of space, and we just have to take up our own space, and if you don't do your part, if I don't do my part, the puzzle will never be complete. So ultimately, the teachers really just wanted to see change, and they wanted us to be honest about what we could do. If I can't do it, I tell them straight up, I can't do it.
So,
and they appreciate that.
So you did not promise more money, you just promised to be more resourceful.
Definitely. The resources, in my opinion, right? And this is the truth, right? You know, teachers want more money. That's fundamental, and they deserve more money when you consider what they're being paid. But the truth is they want to be in a healthy working environment. They want that even more because that's where they spend their time, right? They want resources, and if we give them resources, they don't have to spend the money out of their own pockets, the very little that we're already giving them. So we give them resources. And I remember being a teacher. Every September, I used to get one red pen, one blue pen, one black pen, 2 expo marker around a rubber band. And when I became minister, I decided no more of that. It just can't keep happening. And so simple things in terms of the things that teachers have been crying about for years, we had to take strategic approach through funding to be able to address those. And I believe in good faith, we started to have and continue to have conversations and dialogue. And so while I may not be able to do the big things now, we start to do some of the smaller things and some of the bigger things, creating balance. But like I said, we have 33 problems. We could only focus on 3. We commit to those 3, and we've been pressing on, and they evaluate me based on those 3. Not the 33, but the 3, and that's the compromise we came to.
Okay, thank you. Minister Manikchan, you did outline a case for the kind of transformation that is happening with Guyana. You made mention of Nicole actually being exposed to the landscape in Guyana and what that means and how you're trying to transform what obtains there. Can you explain a little more on the kind of support that you give to parents in those areas, the remote villages that, you know, not in line with your mainstream operations, to get them to a level where you can begin to at least appreciate what competencies students are actually being, actually displaying in those areas. Because I know one of the challenges we have is covering that large expanse of land across, as you talk about boats and then you talk about swimming perhaps, or whatever it is to get to those areas. How did you support teachers in those areas for them to come over, or I don't even know, you have institution schools in those areas to come over into the 21st century kind of operation? Perhaps more than all ministers sitting there, you are endowed with a lot of cash through your oil reserve, and perhaps you might want to explain how you're helping to transform the inner lands to the 21st century kind of environment.
Right. So a couple of things. One, and the reason we were really pleased to take Dr. Manning is because particularly during COVID, when Barbados, for example, when CXC said Barbados is online and they have been delivering the curriculum online, and so we're going to have this exam as is. The CXC exams for that year, we were trying to explain to CXC what online means for us. It's a great headline, but that's about all it is for hinterland communities, because there was no internet, no devices, no ability to have teachers who are from the coast go in there and do the guidance and so on. So that's how that started up, where I think literally boats and planes and so on to get to some of the schools. We don't do, and this is perhaps worthy of criticism, the education in the hinterland communities or in one region is not different from another. So the content is the same. Is the content relevant to everybody? Because we may well be like different countries considering the different landscape and economic activities and all of that. So that is a question that has arisen about how much of what we test on is fair to the persons who are in those communities. Teacher training, though, there's a sole training college called the Cyril Potter College of Education, and they have different satellites. And that college is the college that conducts teacher training for those for the whole of Guyana. Very shortly, we hope to be able to offer to all our sisters and brothers in CARICOM the ability to train at that college. So the teacher training is the same. Hopefully, how that is being imparted allows teachers to use whatever is around them to innovate and how to, in how they deliver their lessons. So the Professor that was mentioned in the introduction was a great program that allowed us to offer to all our teachers at the time during COVID retraining in using innovation and technology in their classrooms. And the innovation part of that training, it's a program from Spain, was beautifully done using whatever is available to the teachers. So on the coastland, it might be counters that are developed by some commercial place in China. But in the hinterland, it may be awara seeds, the seeds of a fruit, or the corks of drink bottles, or so just using what was available to the teacher. Academically, on paper, the theorists will say that any teacher trained should be able to adapt to any classroom and any circumstance. I have not found that to be a truism. I think we do have to have specialized training to be able to bring persons from almost like SEN teachers, although I'm not at all suggesting that hinterland students are like SEN students, but specialized training that would cater to what these children know and then where they're supposed to perform when they exit school, and how do we make that relevant. Also, one of the main pillars of our sector plan is to make sure we're equitably, not just equally, delivering education. So where we have a school grant, and the school grant is to avoid the teacher getting one black pen, one blue pen, one red pen, and 2 markers wrapped with a rubber band, we're giving a grant to each school per child. So we say it's $4,000 per child, the value of, to the schools on the coastland, but in the hinterland, it's $5,500 per child. That would give them the same facilities and benefits, because it's more expensive to get things in there. So that's the equitable part of our delivery. Most other things are, so the hinterland, all of the primary school gets a hot meal every day. The hinterland students, most of the secondary students are housed in dormitories, simply because they're from far-flung communities, and we can't build a secondary school. You know, the learning is, regardless of how much money you have, that you shouldn't build one with less than 250 or so children. And so most communities just 5, 10, 7, 3. So we put down schools and then dormitories. So those children are housed at dorms with all the expenses paid for by the government. But I just want to say that we have discovered oil recently, as you all know. But this was happening even before, when we were a heavily indebted poor country. So we were trying very hard even then to build out dorms. For example, in 1992, we had one single secondary school in the entire hinterland community. We now have 14, and we're currently constructing 4,000 children's schools, dorms, teachers' quarters. So it's not, sometimes money is important. I don't think anyone would say it isn't. But sometimes it's also the will to make sure services reach every corner of your country.
I'm here.
So, Minister, I appreciate that response within the context of what I raised earlier for universal duty of care. And one of the points you have made is that you have gradually changed the system over time. And I think as I move to Honorable Minister McConney to perhaps address this as a matter of universal access or universal quality, where you have outlined that you're going to make several schools all equal. But we know that within the resource constraint principle, you can't do everything all at the same time. And I think a part of our communication must be responsible communication that says we want all, but here's a timeline on which this will happen. Because if we give the impression that we're going to make all schools, quality schools at once, it will create a false expectation that will then begin to develop resentment in the system because they're expecting certain things over time. How do you, as a minister, having this goal to have all schools, universal quality in schools, how do you propose to make this happen, and over what time frame? I know you're very early in your firm objective for education, but how do you plan to make this happen over time?
Thank you for, you're hearing me?
Yeah, well, we're hearing you.
Thank you for the question. Number of ways. One, and I said it at the beginning, we recognize we cannot do all at the same time. It is not possible. What we now have, for example, is 7 at the secondary level who are in the worst state physically as well as with other resources. And we are starting with those who are worst affected at this time. And we start with those. We are currently doing the audit because we are setting standards as to this is the standard to which all schools must come. Physically, digitally, in terms of resource and etc. So once we have, that is the standard for all, then we start looking, so where does each one sit vis-a-vis? And we are doing the audits. And then we are starting with those from a government perspective, which are the ones who are most in need first. And that will be a phased process as we build up. One of the things we have found is partnership. And that means partnership from persons within Barbados, from companies outside of Barbados, from foundations, from philanthropists, who are willing to partner with us to help us be able to bring up others faster. So it is not just government working alone to try to resource this. It is also external resources from government that are partnering with government. And I'll give you one example. We are about to build 2 new schools in Barbados. Both are being funded by an international partner who's a philanthropic. And therefore, again, that is done. We are also doing an audit of the skills of teachers, their qualifications, etc. So that when we're talking about resourcing, it is making sure that we can give the teachers the support to raise their capacity so that they can deliver a better quality instruction. And so it isn't just equity in terms of what's physically there, but it is making sure that the teachers across the board, no matter where they are in the system, are given the same access to support and training and the opportunities for professional development. There's also bringing the community element in. So it isn't just those philanthropists in the organizations in the private sector companies, for example. It is also regular community persons who have agreed to partner with us as we are doing the beautification, for example, of some of the schools. Some of the nurseries who are contributing plants. It is people in the neighborhoods who have a green finger and want to help. So when we talk about equity, is not just infrastructure, it's not just digital, it is also about how you are resourcing and skilling the teachers so that you improve the quality of instruction. And our DPS, who is sitting right there, is building a basket of resources for schools based on our experience with schools to ensure that every school has a minimum of that. In other words, we as a government cannot supply less than. And then above that will come from parents associations, students councils, etc., etc. And so it's a multiplicity of approaches, but with a phased approach that says we go for those who are least advantaged first.
Okay, thank you very much. I will yield my question in there. I have taken note of all the requests you have made of CXC in relation to assessment and how we come along with you, and I will reserve my comment until the end of the day when I respond to all of those concerns you have raised. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wesley, and thank you, Minister McConney. I have one final question for you, Minister McConney. It's coming from online, Mr. Myrick Smith, and his question to you is the document presented by you, Minister, going to be available online? And if so, can you indicate how persons will be able to access it?
Available. The document is available at mes.gov.bb, mes.gov.bb. That is the Ministry of Education's website. You will see two documents there. You will see the abbreviated brochure document, which is more reader-friendly. You will also see the more technical document that has some of the research and what has informed our thoughts. It's a much bigger document, longer document, and the language is more technical than this particular one. So you'll find two documents there.
Thank you, Minister McConney. That brings us to the end of this first session of presentations, and I would wish to have the members of the audience demonstrate your appreciation for our three ministers who would have presented. At this time, I would wish to invite you to take your lunch prior to the commencement of the second session, which will follow after the lunch break. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Last session of the day, we will hear from our ministers from Jamaica as well as Trinidad and Tobago, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I've seen that on this paper, funny enough. So let me go with our first speaker, who is, I'm not sure if she's going to sing for you. I had to say that. But let us see. The Honorable Marcia Smith, MP, was appointed State Minister in the Ministry of Education and Youth on May 22nd, 2023. Prior to this, she served as Minister of State in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service following her appointment on September 14th, 2020. The Honorable Minister was raised in the parish of St. Anne and was educated in the same parish. She attended the University of the West Indies and the Norman Manley Law School. She was admitted to practice law in 1997. Her areas of practice include general legal advice, probate, and so on. She served as a member of the Industrial Disputes Tribunal in the capacity of a deputy chairman from October 2017 to February 2019, and as a chairman from March 2019 to August 2020. She's a member of the Jamaican Bar Association, Northern Law Society Jamaica, Brownstown Methodist Church, and Voices of Dawn Choir. Providence Methodist Church. I took pleasure in saying that again. So without further ado, I would like to welcome the Honorable Marcia Smith, State Minister, Ministry of Education and Youth in Jamaica.
I trust that we are all well settled after such a lovely lunch, and I will be as efficient as I can with my presentation to ensure that you do not become wearied by the presentation, having had such a scrumptious meal. Yes, but before I go into the presentation, it would be remiss of me not to greet all of you gathered here, in particular Sir Beckles, Dr. Wesley, our ministers from the Caribbean, both in person and virtual, our permanent secretaries and other technical and support staff that are here. It is a very good time when we can gather to discuss the human capital development of our region, because that is what discussions about education ultimately boil down to. How can we reimagine and ensure that our people are able to maximize their full potential? And this potential starts from early childhood all the way up to tertiary education. Now, the theme that has been chosen for the summit, Reimagining Educational Reform Towards Transformative Agility, it speaks to an approach to change that focuses on many prongs at the same time. There are going to be areas where you will have incremental change, which are more a feature of reform, and there are actually going to be areas that will require a more radical, comprehensive, and systemic change. I listened to the previous presenter that they spoke about how it is we transition in the Caribbean generally from primary to secondary education, and that is clearly one of the areas of challenge that we have when it comes to looking at the need for systemic change. However, the sole purpose of any transformation is basically to enable our learners to access quality education so that they can function effectively in the society. And this is a focus that we in Jamaica have as we have begun to look at our education system. And in fact, the changes that are now taking place in Jamaica have been informed by what we call colloquially in Jamaica as the Patterson Report. And this is a report from 2021, which acts as a blueprint for establishing a comprehensive strategy to improve student performance and educational productivity. And that report, the Reform of Education in Jamaica, Report 2021, is available online on our website. So you would have heard in my brief introduction what it is that I intend to do in this presentation. And it is basically to highlight and provide some insights as to what Jamaica is doing in educational reform and transformation, in particular as it relates to teaching, teacher preparation, and curriculum, and also to highlight the policy implications from the lessons that we have learned. Now, the Patterson report that I mentioned has 7 main pillars for recommendations. There were lots and lots of recommendations, but there are primarily 54 of them that we have been focusing on. And the pillar that relates to teachers, curriculum, and teacher training is actually pillar 3. But you can see from the graphic there that there are other areas that we are being transformed simultaneously with the transformation as they relate to teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. We have used a mechanism of an oversight committee and a transformation unit within the Ministry of Education to create that ground zero from which that transformation will take place. Because for any transformation to truly take effect and to blossom, there must be a system of accountability, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. And so that oversight committee and that transformation unit within the Ministry of Education and Youth is being used to create that mechanism of auditing and accountability. We expect from this transformation effort that we will see changes in how the principles, practices, and structures of instruction take place on the island, because what we want is a student-centric education system that allows for our students to have many pathways to effective citizenship. So the approach, as I said, will have to take place many balls up in the air. And I think all of us who are here gathered know that is what reform is about. You have to be like a juggler, many balls up in the air. And some of the balls that we have in the air are things like our targeted reforms with those low-hanging fruits that we can fix immediately. And we want to get a shared vision. And that shared vision means that there has to be buy-in and stakeholder engagement. And we have engaged, well, firstly, the Patterson report that was produced from the Prime Minister's direction had a broad-based contribution from the society. And that report has remained in the public sphere for 2 years. And so there has been this access to the public to understand the challenges that are currently facing the systemic problems in the Jamaican education system. And so what we now have is a situation that when we are beginning our stakeholder consultations, because we have laid that document on the table, as you would say, for such an extended period of time, our stakeholders are actually coming to those engagements with an ability to engage, because they understand the context in which these reforms must take place. And so we are getting a better idea as to what will truly work when we engage our teachers, our parents, our students, our teachers, and of course, our administrative and central ministry. We are also ensuring that any reforms that are taking place within the ministry, because the truth is, reform always takes place in education. What it is we have a focused reform, and all those pending reforms that were taking place have been pulled into the general transformation unit to be that coordinating place, so that there are no longer early childhood doing something over here which impacts primary education, but primary education doesn't know about it. We have centralized and created a hub within the ministry that monitors how the various reforms are taking place to ensure that there is no overlapping of effort, and that early childhood aligns into primary, primary aligns into secondary, and secondary aligns into tertiary. And because of that, we are seeking long-term commitment because we want to be responsive to the issues that are currently on ground, the emerging issues, but most importantly, the emerging opportunities. So we have targeted specific areas such as curriculum, assessment, teaching, teacher preparations. And this is part of our short-term reforms. We have been also placing emphasis on the adoption of innovative practices in curriculum, teaching, and teacher preparation. And by using the areas being reformed, we are making that alignment towards the goal of transformation. No, without collaboration with your key stakeholders, you cannot develop that shared vision. And this is something that is particularly in focus. Last week, November the 2nd, we launched in Jamaica our TREND campaign from the Ministry of Education and Youth. And TREND is an acronym for Transforming Education for National Development. This is something we want to keep in the public space. We want our children to understand that we're trending to develop them. We want our parents to understand that we are trending to make the environment easier to parent and to bring your children to school. We want our teachers to understand that we are trending or moving forward to make the teacher experience a lot more fulfilling, not just in terms of compensation, but in terms of conditions of work. And of course, ultimately, we are wanting persons to understand that in terms of the overall macroeconomic conditions of the country as to national output, what we produce from the education sector must align with the needs of industry and the community for relevant skills. Because at the end of the day, education must be fit for purpose. And that purpose is living in a safe, prosperous, and fulfilling society. Now, at the inaugural TREND town hall that was held on November 2nd, we would have had a wide cross-section of persons who were present in terms of their representatives at that meeting. We had the chairman of the Education Transformation Oversight Committee, and this is an independent body that has been appointed by the Prime Minister, who that committee does not report to the Ministry of Education, but what it does instead is to hold the Ministry of Education to account as to the pace at which the reforms are taking place and how effective the implementation is. So that chairman was present at that town hall. We also had the Chief Executive Officer of our National Parenting Support Commission, because the buy-in of parents to changes in education is very important. The President of the National Parent Teachers Association, the Jamaica Teachers Association, the President was present, the Executive Director of the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica, and not the least, but very important, the President of the National Secondary Student Council, who was able to share the perspectives of the very material that we are working on, that student-centric part of our reform. So it was quite a wide stakeholder engagement. So we are definitely encouraging full participation and engagement of our key stakeholders, because we want to align and adjust these reforms with what is actually on ground. We are also moving into our schools with several pop-ups to ensure that our students themselves understand that the changes that are occurring and will occur is to bolster their own enrichment, whether it be their IQ or their EQ. So let me go back more focused back on the curriculum. So the National Standards Curriculum which serves as the foundation for students' development from grades 1 to 9, is being reviewed for alignment with the recommendation for a learner-centered national education, for a learner-centered. We are also looking at an extra curriculum framework that is to be developed to influence a more structured approach to students' social development in informal settings. You know, when I heard the Prime Minister speak about that year he spent away from the formal school system and how impactful it was for his later academic pursuits, I know that it was the expansion of his instruction beyond the traditional confines of what would be in a curriculum that opened his mind to different possibilities. And so the extra curriculum framework is a very important part of that framework in ensuring that our students are actually functional in many types of settings. The formative assessment, which entails the tracking of students' progress, that is based on evidence, and that is being prioritized and promoted. Now, the NSC is designed for the suggested learning activities to be used as assessment activities as well. Now, the assessment criteria provided makes learn as you go, you know, pay as you go, learn as you go. So as you keep repeating the various tasks within a class setting and your competencies and your capacity increases, so does the level of assessment you have increases. So the learning portfolio is being used as a source of evidence of student engagement and allowing students to take ownership of their learning and their progress. The National Assessment Policy Framework is to be used to influence transformation in practices, and our draft concept document is being prepared. Now, we know that from our own experiences that there are some students that leave school with no CXCs, but they would have done some amount of work which was assessed by their respective schools. And that is why we are looking and requiring that there be a national school leaving certificate, which requires our students to be guided through formative assessment strategies using feedback and feed-forward strategies. Students are required to take ownership of their learning using portfolio development process, and this entails the use of assessment criteria as expressed as competencies. There are 13 competencies that are being tracked via portfolio assessment, and the guiding principles are also provided for students to engage in self-directed learning as they provide evidence to support their claims as to the acquisition of competencies. And the truth is that self-directed learning that is embedded in that certification process is in alignment with how our young persons actually learn. The gaming, the animation, and the social media that they spend so much time is actually a self-directed learning process. They do not get formal instruction in how to engage on these platforms, and so it's a mirroring of how they're actually learning. And that, to my mind, is an important part of transformative agility, which speaks to being able to adapt to conditions on ground. We are also seeking to further align the NSLC and the CSEC competencies, because the truth is, it's almost as if you are giving a child macaroni and cheese, and you have used cauliflower and pureed it and put it in with the cheese, and they don't understand that something that they love actually has something that is good for them. So it's that kind of approach where you can use your strength to really be used as a source of assessment that can get credentials that are marketable for when they leave the school environment. So So these are some of the competencies that the Ministry of Education and Youth is having discussions with CXC as to how we can effectively assess these competencies to be used in a standardized way. So there's oral communication, written communication, and you see the list there. I won't read them all. I am in the room of great scholars. Yes, I am. But you can see that these are elements that our students will require if they are to function in a 21st century work environment, where with a lot of remote working, persons are required to be self-directed in their outputs. And so things like self-management are very important. Climate change is very important output of many corporate entities, and citizens and workers who have an environmental awareness as a competency do make attractive employees. I'm moving on now to e-testing. When we spoke about COVID earlier and the challenges that COVID presented for the region, one of the things that came as a piggyback of COVID was that it created great opportunities to spread digitalization and the digital world to many persons within our various countries and to scale up. Prior to COVID-19, many of us in here had a challenge convincing our ministers of finance to properly finance digital technologies for our students, because they could not at that time see the connection between digital technological innovations in our schools and the overall output in the national economy or the GDP. So COVID made the case for us, and it pointed to the world where we were actually going. The signs were already there, but COVID kind of cleared the smoke. And so e-testing is something that we are seeking to roll out in a fulsome way in Jamaica. And to do that, we have implemented a strategic document, an ICT policy and plan is in place. And in fact, one of the current projects in the country is to roll out broadband connectivity throughout the entire island. And for those schools that will be outside of the grid area of that broadband, we are actually looking at the use of satellite to ensure that our students, whether they are in an urban or a deep rural space, that the access to technology and to e-learning is present. E-testing workshops have been used to prepare the system, and through the bulletin system of the Ministry of Education, the rollout schedule will be sent out to the entire ecosystem of education in Jamaica. An item bank is being developed for selected subject areas, and systems are being put in place for online learning. Now, we have supported all of this by way of free internet access and access to Microsoft Teams and Google Classrooms. Our students, both in public and private schools, are provided with email credentials using MOE Schools domain, and this is being used to access national assessment data. Now, the provision of the Microsoft 365 subscription to our students and teachers is an important part of putting equity into the system and allowing for access. And this means that it is actually a major means of supporting our school-based assessment for CSEC. The OEC e-testing training for exam coordinators is on train, and I would have mentioned already our broadband project, and a partnership is established with CXC to roll out e-testing. Exciting days. I wish that was so when I was younger. I would have loved to have used a device that was entertaining and engaging to have done my CXCs and A-levels, but youth is wasted on the young, they say. So, capacity building. The truth is, if our teachers don't know how to instruct, their output is going to be below expectations. And so capacity building activities to change how we teach commenced during COVID-19. And we have continued those changes with the support of partners. An emergencies in education manual was produced to guide teaching and learning in instances of emergencies. Areas of focus include the use of ICT, my tongue cannot get around that one, but you see it there. Yes, you know, I was commenting to the minister from Trinidad and Tobago that when you have a list, there are just some words that just don't come out of your mouth. The data inform instructional and intervention strategies, provision of e-books and virtual repository, access to lesson plans, STEM integration project. And let us not forget that TVET is an important part of the foundation learning. And there, whilst we are positioning into STEM, we are also putting particular focus on TVET because academic skills by themselves are not sufficient to prepare our students for the current work environment. We speak about human capital development in our country, and crime and violence is one of the issues that plague our Caribbean societies. So character education through civics and other disciplines, psychosocial and special needs assistance, learning pathways, team approach to safe schools are strategies that are being used to ensure that there's holistic initiatives to develop our learners. All of what I've just said about a while ago are actually aligned within our transformation plans. And so these reforms have been integrated in these plans. The national education philosophy has an emphasis on learner-centered principles. And this process entails the contribution of all relevant stakeholder groups. Students were consulted. Their feedback has led to us revising the initial draft. And our students are actually desirous of us having a statement that they can relate to. The current philosophy that was prepared, they felt that the language was of an older generation. In other words, it wasn't trending. It wasn't trending. So in the way that they have embraced a word like trending, they want their philosophy of education to also have that trending aspect to it. So the long-term commitment is to make our communication strategies about the changes in the educational landscape more culturally relevant and also at the same time be appropriate for the diverse age groups being used. You can't lump a 3 to 6 with a 6 to 12, and you know how it goes. At every stage of development, it's a different language that is required. The transformation message advocates for commitment to all hands on board to the transformation efforts, and we have been providing updates to the nation, and the most recent one is October 23, 2023, and this format of updating the nation is a part of the system of accountability that we have built into the current transformation that is taking place. So as it relates to Pillar 3, what we were able to report in October 2023 was that we were 60% as it related to developing our education philosophy. As it relates to safe schools, we were 15% on track. Extracurricular framework, 10% on track. teacher training, professional development, 100% on track. And I'm very happy that that particular part of the pillar has been the part that has so far been the one that has been the most successful, because the other pillars or the other parts of the pillar require a lot of the teacher capacity to achieve them. So our transformation effort is all-inclusive, involves all stakeholder groups, and we will be touring and visiting several schools around the island, soliciting the various views as we imagine our curriculum from one of our largest stakeholder groups, our students. We have been embarking on school pop-ups, and our students have been engaging in that effort, and we are very encouraged by the level of participation that we have been seeing. So, after all that, what do we really expect to emerge from that transformation? What we expect to emerge is an improved quality of teaching, and that the method and the processes used for students to achieve the aims of the curriculum. Competent in-service teachers at all levels of the education system that teach more effectively as they implement that curriculum. For there to be institutionalized mechanisms for screening of entrance into the teaching profession, starting with our teacher training institutions, an improved quality of our teacher training programs, and an enhanced guidance framework for teacher training institutions. Actions are therefore being taken to regulate and professionalize teaching as a career. Systems being put in place to incentivize, attract, retain, increase teaching quality, and to fill gaps in underserved subjects or geographical areas. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service has, since this year, put its money where the mouth is. And so we have had a situation where a lot of our new STEM teachers are actually their training is being financed by the government of Jamaica. Enhancements of the teaching environment and the use of teaching tools that facilitate student engagement and teaching effectiveness. So, that in a summary is the presentation from Jamaica as it relates to where we are in our trending, transforming the nation through education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Marsha Smith, for your presentation. And as we try to go as seamlessly as possible, I will now introduce our second presenter for this session, the Honorable Dr. Nyan Gadsby Dolly. Has a bachelor's degree in analytical chemistry, postgraduate diploma in educational technology, and her doctoral degree in organic chemistry. She has served as an educator for over 11 years as a lecturer at the College of Science, Technology, Applied Arts of Trinidad and Tobago, COSTAT, I think it's pronounced. The Honorable Minister was first elected Member of Parliament in 2015 and again in 2020, and has also served as Minister of Community Development, Culture, and the Arts in the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago from 2015 to 2020. As a part of her service in Parliament, our Honorable Minister also chairs the Joint Select Committee on Human Rights, Equality, and Diversity from 2015 to present. A member of the acclaimed Lydian Singers. Dr. Dolly is an avid reader and researcher with a lively interest in history. In 2021, she wrote her first book, Nyan Inside Out, now earning the title of author. Born and raised in San Juan, where she currently resides, one of Dr. Dolly's favorite pastimes is interacting with young people. As a mother of 3 teenagers, she's passionate about youth motivation and success. So we have 2 singers. I'm not sure about our other honorable ministers, whether online or in person, but maybe we may be up for something a little later. Yeah, oh, we have a beauty queen. Yes. So without further ado, let's welcome our honorable minister, Dr. Gasby Dolly.
Thank you very kindly. And if there's anyone that can be allowed to adopt protocols, I'm certain it is me. Because there's something either special or sinister about being the last speaker at a time where the conference was supposed to have already ended, right? So I promise you that I'll bear that deeply in mind as I make my presentation. And I start with thanking CXC for these ministerial summits. I think this is our yearly opportunity as member states of CARICOM to come together and to discuss what we are doing in our respective nations, republics, etc. And it is so important. I think we all can agree that today we heard from all of us and we are all experiencing the same challenges as a people. We are all taking steps to be able to surmount them. And when we listen to what's coming from the various areas, we are all doing similar things and good things, which means that we are in a position as a region to continue working together. And somehow I feel that our work together, our collaboration, may be a little more successful than our cricket team. I want us to recognize that even in that area of cricket, which is so important because you heard the Honorable Prime Minister speak about how important that turned out to be. Even in that area, our heads of government are working together to make progress. And I want to submit that in the same way that our heads of government came together to address the issues of crime in Trinidad and Tobago earlier this year, education is one of the areas that we may be well poised to work together a little more closely because, again, we are in this boat together and we are doing things that can impact each other, and our synergy in this area can only redound to the benefit of all of us. So as I sat and I listened to what could have been a discussion from Trinidad and Tobago in almost every case, and the challenges that were coming forward, I thought about how good it is that we are speaking about this. So reimagining educational reform, cultural transformation, I want to deal with that, which echoes in many cases what we have heard, but it gives the Trinidad and Tobago perspective on this matter. Now, I hope I did not just take off the entire presentation. Did I?
Yeah, you're okay now.
Okay. Right, okay. So cultural transformation. It speaks to how we develop positive values, attitudes, and behaviors in our citizens. And why am I speaking to this rather than the digital transformation efforts of the ministry or the remedial education transformation that we are currently involved in? I'm speaking to this because it is so critically important to the way we operate in Trinidad and Tobago and the region. At that crime symposium, and the Honorable Prime Minister who spoke this morning, he also spoke at that symposium. and mentioned the importance of education to what Sir Hilary Beckles spoke to, creating societies that are safe to live and that are joys to inhabit. And when we speak to the fact that in every Caribbean country, we are facing difficulties with crime and violence, Trinidad no less so. And as we focus on that as a public health issue and the importance of education in addressing that, then we start to speak about the deep reason for educating our citizens. In Trinidad and Tobago, we spend annually almost 10% of our budget on education. That's about $5 billion annually. And why? Why do we spend that on education? And it comes down to who we are creating and what we are creating and why we are investing in this. And so it moves deeply past the academic. We have to move past academic if we are speaking about education reform. It's not just the certificates our citizens are gaining. It is who they are becoming, the values they are inculcating and exhibiting, and the ways that they are contributing to national development. Our education philosophy, therefore, must go deeper. There was a time in our region where we wanted our citizens to measure up academically to the citizens in other countries, in the developed world, as we called it then, and we wanted to aspire to be them. And so we invested in education in a certain way at that time. We built a lot more schools. We looked at the academic qualifications of our students to ensure that they can get into a university abroad, because in many times we felt, colonial as we were, and I would hope that we have passed that, we felt that a foreign education was better than a local. So we wanted our students to be able to get into a foreign university, so we had to measure up. And so we focused a lot on the academic. 60 years into independence, give or take a couple years, depending on the country, we have to go deeper than that. In Trinidad and Tobago, our philosophy looks at this question of the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen, taken in great way from the CARICOM's consideration of the ideal CARICOM citizen. What are we educating for? To create this person, this ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen. And you can see our philosophy a little better on this screen. And everything we do, just like every other minister here described, is aimed at creating that person, because that is the person that will drive our national development. Education is not simply for a certificate. It is because when we became independent, we said to the world that we will produce the professionals who will run our country. We said to the world that no longer will we have to import talent. We are going to create it ourselves in our education system. So that is the deep and abiding philosophy, creating our citizens, all different types of professionals, all different types of workers, different classes, persons who are into the micro-entrepreneurial and the macro-entrepreneurial sector. We're going to create those persons through our education system, and that's what our philosophy speaks to. So in order to develop this ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen, we have to reimagine what we are doing. We have to look at what we are doing in terms of educational reform, and we have to focus on culture. Because what has become the culture of many of our Caribbean states? Violence has increased. Corruption. Lack of morals and ethics, some of those things have been washed out as we concentrated on other things, on academic qualifications and development. We've washed out some of those things. I listened in awe as Dr. Manachan spoke about corporal punishment and the parents not wanting to remove it, because it is the exact opposite in Trinidad and Tobago. It was removed, and at no point in this dispensation or any I can think about will it be reinstated. But what was it replaced with? And that's a different discussion. But it all speaks to the citizen we are creating, or we have created, and how far they are willing to go to develop their country, and the responsibility they feel or they don't feel to develop their country, and their views on what a patriot really is. Whether a patriot is someone who will just wave a national flag on Independence Day, or whether a patriot is someone who will give a full day's work for a full day's pay, and someone who will go the extra mile for their country and see themselves, regardless of where they work, as an important cog in the wheel of national development. That's the citizen we are trying to create. That's the culture we are trying to create. Therefore, as we speak about education and the reform of education, we must speak about how that culture is emphasized, reimagined, and changed. Our national development strategy is called Vision 2030. In the different nations, you may have one called something different, but we are all aspiring to something. And this quote you see on this slide comes from that national development strategy. And it speaks to how we reverse our country's relative underperformance. So Hilary, I believe you spoke to the thought in some quarters that our development has stalled as a region. And this speaks to that concept that we could be more than we are now, and how we accelerate that development. And it speaks to our culture, values, and attitudes. Because in creating that national developmental agenda, we had to face some hard truths and realities. That persons may not be giving their all in public service. That we may be expending funds, valuable funds, and not getting our money's worth for that. Increasing our problems where we should be actually reducing them. And education is spoken to very clearly in our national developmental agenda. And it speaks to the development of those values, attitudes, and behaviors, those positive ones, to replace the negative ones that we can see way too often in the way our society operates. And it speaks to the fact that if we do not make that cultural change, that shift, we will be at risk of not achieving this developmental agenda or any other. Because we simply are not creating persons who are willing or capable of doing the work of changing our culture. So very specifically, Action 7.3 of Goal 7 speaks to what the school curriculum should look like and what we should integrate to be able to make that cultural change in our country, which will impact our productivity and, in fact, implement this cultural transformation that we are looking for through education. So the current scenario is what we all understand, that we have been focused on academics to the expense of other areas of development that we now have to focus on more strongly if we want them to actually take root in our country and in our citizens. It's behavior change we're looking at, paradigm change, value shifting. That's what we're looking for And if we are looking for that, if that is the outcome, then we have to make changes to be able to get that from our citizens. We must change our school curriculum, including the timetabling, the way we assess and what we assess, and we also have to ensure that all of our students have experiences that will allow them to develop the qualities that we want. We can't say we want them to develop in a certain way and not allow them the opportunity to develop in that way. We have to provide it. And it's a hard truth, but we also have to recognize, at least in Trinidad and Tobago, and you can be the judge of your own countries, that in many cases, what happened at home and what happened in the church and what happened in the communities, that education that students got, they're not getting that anymore. In some homes, you have single mothers struggling to even make time for their children. In some homes, nobody is speaking to those children. Nobody is guiding them. Years ago, even if your parents did not go to church, you were sent to church because they wanted to be sure that you got that education, that socialization from somewhere. That's not happening anymore. Years ago, if you misbehaved in the town, by the time you got home to the village, every neighbor was there waiting to give you their piece of the discipline. And of course, when you got home to your parents, well, then you got the grand finale, right? That's not happening anymore. No one dares discipline anybody else's child. As a matter of fact, some parents don't even dare discipline their own child. That's the reality. So what kind of citizens are we creating, and how do we expect them to carry out the work that is required for national development? They have to get it somewhere. So where they have to get it is in the school, which means that we have to make adjustments to give it to them there. Because if all we are doing is teaching to the certificate, where's the time to teach them those other things? The values, the morals. And if we say that is important, and we don't devote time to it, and we don't assess it in any way, who will take it as serious? So therein is the challenge, because if we want this outcome, we have to select for it. The system must select for it. We must emphasize it. We must make it important. And that's the only way it will be considered so. But we understand that to get this outcome, there are certain things we must put in. We must put in resources. We must train our teachers. We must speak to our parents, our students. If we don't put those things in, make sure the schools are in proper infrastructural order and so on, we won't get what we want out of it. This is not an instant process. It's not popcorn that you put in the microwave for 30 seconds or a minute, depending on the strength of your microwave, and you get a result at the end. This is at least 5 to 7 years of hard work in a political environment. Dr. Manachan mentioned it. It's a fact. In a political environment where there are imperatives that may not always be in alignment with the developmental imperative. So, in Trinidad and Tobago, we have made the decision, and Cabinet has approved, the implementation of the cultural transformation through education policy as a sub-policy of our larger education policy 2023 to 27. The implementation itself will take place over 2 years. We are in year 1 of the 2-year cycle. It speaks to the prioritization of academic, moral, physical, culture and arts, and TVET education. In year 1, this academic year, we are focusing on the introduction of mandatory student activities. In year 2, we'll be looking at some of the bigger changes, timetable changes, curriculum changes, and assessment framework changes. What are some of these mandatory student experiences we are speaking about? We have all spoken about equity. We have all acknowledged that we have different classes of schools, both at the primary and secondary level. That in itself leads to inequity. That in itself leads to the fact that there are children, some of them, experiencing a very different level and quality of education than others. And in some cases, it is almost like a sentence, a life sentence, not a death sentence, but a life sentence. Because in some cases, students almost believe that if they do not pass for a particular school, then their life is going to go a certain way. And it's because the schools are not all practicing the same things. So me saying to you that one of the mandatory things we have said to schools that you must have student assembly, where you sing the national anthem, you say the national pledge, you must have class teacher sessions where they discuss positive values, attitudes, and behaviors with students. Me saying that to you may seem to be unnecessary because you may be of the opinion that these things happen across the board at every school, but the fact is that it doesn't. The fact is that unless these things are written somewhere, monitored, and any deviance is supported in a way that ensures compliance, some children are not going to be exposed to this. It may amaze you to believe that some children don't even know the words of the national anthem. And you wonder, how could this be? It can be because all schools don't practice. There isn't equity in the system. And that's what this cultural transformation policy seeks to implement and institute at schools, that things like these must be done. Mandatory annual activities in schools. These are the things that we are saying schools must do. Again, some of these things may surprise you because you may believe that this is happening everywhere. It is not. So some students get the opportunity to perform in a school production and all that goes along with that, learning public speaking skills, learning how to present themselves, how to comport themselves. And some students don't get that opportunity. Some students get the opportunity to develop their sporting skills because the school ensures that there's a sporting program and a sport day that they can engage themselves in. Some schools see it as too much of a challenge to be able to organize that, and therefore they just don't. Some schools see it as an important thing for every class to have a field trip every single academic year. Could be to somewhere that's not far, but educational. Some schools, they couldn't be bothered. So some children just live within the confines of their own village, not even venturing to a town or to the capital of the country. That's not equity. Some schools have an entrepreneurial project. Some schools have an internship project where students in a particular form go to industry and they put on their school blazer and they work for a month and they start to understand what it is to be a working person and the values that must be inculcated. Some students don't have that opportunity. So is it any wonder then that some schools are seen to give you a positive life sentence and others are not? It's not a wonder. But changing that culture, changing that and transforming it requires that the policy makers put policies in place to ensure equity and to support principals who feel that these things cannot be done, to support them in doing so. and to sell to them first the belief that if they do this, our children would benefit greatly from it. In year 2, that is where we are going to change the timetable itself. And that's where our parents must understand, because mindset changes are not easy. So if a parent believes that their child is being shortchanged by less time being spent on the academic, we will have a fight. They must also understand that when a student is required to spend time in a school kitchen garden, that learning can take place there. And we have to show our teachers that they have to incorporate and how to incorporate learning principles into these activities so that learning extends outside of a classroom setting where students are just sitting passively. We have to show them that this is not shortchanging, rather, this is enhancing how their students will learn, how their children will learn. And that is the buy-in that is required. That is the training that is required in this academic year as we prepare for the next. And that is the sensitization that is required. That's why we went out in the month of September all around the country speaking to the nation about what we are doing and how we are going to change things so that they understand the rationale for it, how it would have come out of consultations held in 2020 and 2021 with the public, and how we intend to proceed in Trinidad and Tobago. Some of the changes we are making, I heard some of them today, speaking about digital projects in our primary school. Yes, and requiring our students to do these things, to be presenting on projects at the primary school level, because we want them to have those 21st century skills. We want them to exhibit it, therefore we have to create the opportunity for them to develop it. From the primary level, which is the level that we are paying a lot of focus on, because by the time some of these bad habits are ingrained at the primary level, when you get to the secondary level, it is so much more difficult to weed it out. We are speaking about removing examinations at the infant level, introducing portfolios, more teamwork, because we understand the importance of inculcating that from the primary level, so that by the time they come to the secondary level, the effects of this type of learning, this type of exposure, would already be ingrained in our citizens. Because that's what we want them to be able to do. Form class sessions at forms 4 to 6 dealing with citizenship. It may surprise you as to how many of our citizens, and I can only speak for Trinidad and Tobago, reach adulthood without understanding the need for a bank account, without having an ID card. We can't allow our citizens to develop in that way. As a member of parliament and a representative, I see the effects of that. I see the results of that. Because when they get into adulthood and they now need these things, they are starting from way behind. So we must, what is missing at the home level, at the school level, at the church level, at the community level, we have to now bring it into the school system. Can't close our eyes and say, well, your parents are supposed to do that. They are not doing it. So if they are not doing it, somebody has to do it. And in education, at least at some level, we have a captive audience. And we have to capitalize on that for the good of the country. So we understand that we are speaking about 5 to 7 years work, and I'm seeing my CEO looking there, and I know that he knows that it might be even more than 5 to 7 years work. We understand that it's a mammoth task that we are undertaking. But if there was ever a time that this was required, that time is now. and we keep before us always what we are trying to achieve: the development of the ideal Trinidad and Tobago citizen. And I smiled, Sir Hilary, when you referenced Dr. Eric Williams and that very profound statement that he made. And it is something that, as Trinidad and Tobago, we keep before us always, because it is relevant so much more today than it was at the time in 1962. And this statement was made on the cusp of independence, when Dr. Eric Williams called the young people of the country to a youth rally to say to them that the future of this country depends on you. To say to them that independence would mean more to them than it would mean to the adults of that time, because the country was theirs. And anyone who was about 10 years old at that time would be in their 70s now. It means that that generation has now passed. And the impetus is now on the young people of today, this generation, to say this to those who are that age. To say that our nations are on the march and there is no turning back. I smile sometimes, not a true smile, but a smile of sadness, when I see people referring to our colonial past and saying, better we go back there. I mean, what could we really be thinking? We are not going back. We are not looking back. We are looking forward to national development and to regional development. And we must understand that it is our duty now, as the leaders of today, to prepare our children to lead tomorrow. And if we fail in that regard, we would have failed those like Dr. Eric Williams and Manley of Jamaica, who would have worked so hard along with the region of that time to make this region small, but not insignificant. So all of us are doing the work of reform right now, as we must. And I want to encourage my brothers and sisters, because it is not easy. It is not easy. But the best things never are. And no one said it would be easy. I was looking to see if anybody at any time said it would be easy. Unfortunately, I found no reference to that. No one said it would be easy. But we can and we will do it. And generations to come will thank us for what we are doing now, for the work we are putting in now. And we have to remember that we are all in the struggle together. No room for finger pointing. No room for laying blame. Let us put our shoulders to the wheel and press on. Why? We want increased productivity. We want a reduction in crime. We want to reduce the social support that we have to give to persons who are not well prepared to manage and to sustain themselves in society. We want a reduction in non-communicable diseases and the effects of that. We want an increase in funding for developmental purposes. A lot of our funding goes in ways that we prefer not to spend it, but we must, because we are supporting systems that we would not have to if we had different citizens. And we want to achieve our national developmental agendas. The future of Trinidad and Tobago depends on the success of this educational and cultural transformation. And I submit to you that the future of the region depends on our success. A lot of what we are doing now will chart the future for the Caribbean region. And that, indeed, is our why. That, indeed, is why we are doing what we do. and while we will continue to work hard for the development of Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed, the development of the region. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister Gasby Dolly. So we would have heard much, and I want to go straight into the question and answer. Just to note that, as the Honorable Minister mentioned, when you're at the end, you get that opportunity to give that oomph. So you'd have heard of this team, the firm, the grow, the trend, and the VAB. And so pulling it all together, I think, was very good there. So let us give her another round of applause. So without further ado, I want to open the floor for question and answer. And comments, yes, for a question and answer session, comments. You have, yes, go ahead, Dr. Ali.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manning. I want to say congratulations, and I waited for the last speaker because I think the question I'm about to ask pertains to all, and any one of you could answer if you so choose. Today I heard a lot about the transformation agenda in each country, which speaks to the relevance of skills and therefore the curriculum that is to be addressed, the issues associated or challenges with assessment in your education systems, and all the other trappings around resources and the vital role that teachers play. Now, the question I have for you has a very important relevance to CXC as we listen to you and we respond. And the question really has to do with what works better for you in terms of your engagement with us. And this is me asking from a research perspective. Do you see a regional curriculum or regionally developed curriculum with a regional assessment regime and a regional assessment model, which can be essentially described as a one-size-fits-all approach, being vitally relevant to you for your country and where you're headed nationally? Or do you see a nationally developed curriculum that is quality assured, validated, and that has an assessment component that is managed by an external agency such as us, that provides for the recognition of your national qualifications at an international stage being relevant to you? Which of the two do you see being relevant? It could be one, it could be the other, or it can be both. I'd love to hear your responses to that. Thank you.
Okay.
If I could start the ball rolling, I would say both. It's important for our students to be able to matriculate externally. And even though you may have a national exam that's validated by CXC, you may still need something that is regional to satisfy some countries and some universities. However, I can certainly see, in terms of Trinidad and Tobago and our focus on moral education and skills development, something that is locally managed but validated by CXC, that assistance to be able to work our assessment framework, I think would be very valuable to us. And if we have that external validation, it would be a good thing for us. So in those areas, I could see the national examination validated by CXC working. But certainly, I value the regional type approach as well. I think both are very important.
Thank you very much.
There are benefits that have been studied and spoken about us treating the region as one. Having said that, it is difficult not to deal with and address the individual needs of a country. And so, and I've seen CXC do this and do it well. I've seen you respond to Guyana's parliament and early election interrupting of exam dates and meeting that need. I've seen you do it when the volcano erupted. I've seen you add Portuguese to your curriculum because that was something we needed and then other countries benefited and so on. So I think it's important that the region has commonalities, and I don't think it has to be one or the other. There's a worldwide conversation right now about whether degrees are as useful as skills and whether people should invest in degrees still or they should just go get skills. How do you cater for the countries, and it's not CCSLC, it has to be a medium between CXC and something else. But how do you cater for the skills that countries would need without watering down what the graduate has? How do you cater for the moral education Trinidad wants, appearingly separate from what is currently in your curriculum right now? So I don't think it's one or the other. And I think there's great value to us, even as we maintain our independence, and we haven't been shy about that in Guyana. But even as we do that as country, there's great value to the region maintaining a Caribbean student with an institution that not only validates, but essentially graduates that student. So when you go to Yale or Harvard or NYU, you're a CXC graduate and not a Guyanese graduate with CXC credentials. So I think it's a little bit different, and it has value to our people.
Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead, Sir Hillary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is really by way of comment rather than question. I have a comment to make, and I wish to make it within the context of two examples. These presentations have been excellent, and I really hope that we can have them so we can print them, attach them, make them available to the region and to the world. They speak to the seriousness of responsibility and the positive sense of hope for the future, and this is very important at this stage. My comment, though, is in respect of the role and function of research. It is going to be important that we attach our projections, our thoughts, our strategies to the evidentiary basis of the crisis. In other words, we need to research these matters as we formulate policies. In other words, the policies must be attached to significant research. If we don't do that, we will find that we might have drifted off with our own moral views of the world and detach ourselves from the concreteness of the information. Take, for example, Minister Dolly made reference to the collapse of West Indies performance cricket. This is the most profound educational experience of our lifetime, to see how a people who had developed a performance to the highest level of global competitiveness and within a generation lost that capacity. It speaks to the nature of Caribbean people, our societies, and our leadership. Now, research. 1998, I remember Michael Manley summons me from Barbados to Jamaica to tell me that I need to research and publish a book on the possible collapse of West Indies cricket. We saw on the horizon that something was coming up. It was called commercial cricket, franchise cricket, corporate cricket, market and product cricket, and this was somewhere in the future. We could see it coming. And we determined in conversation that this new frontier will hit world cricket in about 10 years. And when it does, it is West Indies cricket that will be most vulnerable and will be destroyed. Now, we saw it coming. I wrote a book called Cricket in the Age of Globalization. At the time, there was no IPL, there was no franchise, there was none of that, but we saw it, no 2020, but we saw it coming based on historical trends. And we argued that West Indies cricket would be destroyed simply because West Indian society is not organized in a fashion to resist the lure of commercial cricket as opposed to representing your nation. And it came, and lo and behold, exactly what we thought was going to happen. The West Indian cricketers fled wholesome. All of our best cricketers disappeared into the franchise world, leaving our cricket on its knees. And we were the only nation that went through that experience. Now, what is important here is that when the book was published, I was invited to Australia, to India, to England, to Pakistan, to talk about this thing that was happening. Interestingly enough, a month ago here in Barbados, I was in the Hilton Hotel. I came to watch some of the cricket against India, and a member of the West Indies board reached out to me and told me that Virat Kohli wanted to meet me. Now, I'm a Virat Kohli fan. I think he's the best player in the world. I absolutely admire him. And I met with him. And he told me that when this book was published, his agent gave him a copy and told him to read it. And he said, this book has saved my career and my life. Why? Because he said, I wanted the people of India to know that I will never forsake them. I will always put India first. I will always put representing my country first. But at the same time, I want to be a millionaire. And I will find the balance between representing my country and pursuing my personal wealth accumulation. And he did that. Today, he is a god in India, and he's also the leading franchise player in the world. He found the balance. None of our cricketers found the balance. West Indies cricket collapsed. We were the only team in the world that could not put our best 11 on the field, because each time the citizens had to choose between playing for their country or going commercial, they all went commercial. The lessons there are very important. The research was available that something could have been done to mobilize the corporate community to provide a source of financial upliftment to protect the society from the migration. All of the other countries did that. They established funds to protect their players, play for your country, be released from time to time to go commercial, but when your country calls you, you play for your country. The lessons there were very profound. The research was not taken seriously. The second example I want to use by way of this is the issue of gender in education, especially higher education. UWI, as you all know, we have a 75% male representation. Female representation. Boys are a very small minority within our university. 50 years ago, it was the other way around. 50 years ago, it was 75% male, 25% female. Now it has flipped around. Why has it flipped around? We speak about it generally and loosely, but the research shows something much more profound is going on. For example, in UE, the boys are still the majority in all of the degree programs that have a high reputation and high financial yield as an outcome. So, engineering, law, medicine, accounting, actuarial sciences, all of those programs that are yielding returns to masculinity of status and income, that's where the boys are going. It is not fair, therefore, or correct to say that the boys have turned their back on higher education. No, no, on the contrary. What they have done, they have turned their backs on educational experiences that are considered to be A, too slow, B, not yielding significant income in the future, not yielding status, elite status in the future. So the boys are making a fundamental market choice, and this is what they're doing. We now have to do the research and figure out how can we restructure the educational program. And this is what the boys will say to you. And I take every opportunity when I travel through the region to go to the high schools and speak to the boys in the high schools if I have the opportunity. This is what they will say. You leave school at 17, you go to university, maybe you graduate at 21, then you have to get a job, work your way up, and you don't really reach where you want to reach until you're 30, 35 years old. That is too long. I cannot wait until I'm 30, 35 to have the income I need, to have the status I want. So we say to them, well, really, what do you want at 17? And this is what they say. I want independent accommodation. In other words, I want to leave my parents' yard. I want to free myself of public transport. In other words, I want a car. I want to have a surplus for social living. In other words, I want girl money. And they have a ranking of priorities, and they find that the university higher education process is too slow. Now, they would prefer, therefore, to leave school, let's say work in a bank as a tiller, and they believe if they work as a tiller and attend to in-company programs, like most companies have programs for in-house training, they believe that they will get to the maximum position at the age of 30 much faster than if they went through higher education. So they're opting for in-house training, a course here and a course there, and so on and so forth. That is fine. But the end of it is a social problem. The existential threat to the family is now the consequence of this. I had the opportunity to speak with a very large group, about 200 of my female students. And they were complaining that there are no boys around them and who they're going to marry. And I said, okay, 40 years ago, the shoe was on the other foot. Men were far more certified and formally educated than women. And the bank manager married the tiller, the doctor married the nurse, and men were marrying women with less qualifications than themselves and raising families. And I said to the ladies, the shoe is now on your foot. Find a nice carpenter boy and take your MBA and your PhD, find a nice carpenter boy and marry him for the content of his character. And they said, hell no way. So now we have a threat to the family, because now we're going to have middle-class women, well established with their status, generating wealth, unmarried, and unable, therefore, to pass that wealth on in an intergenerational way, in the normal intergenerational way. That is a threat to the civilization and to the family. So I am saying, colleagues, that while all of the vision in which you have laid out is absolutely correct and spot on, I think we need to do a greater investment in research to find out what is really happening beneath the surface. And I think that we will find some serious surprises when the research is done. But the policies ought to be attached to very scientific research so that we hit the nail on the head with the new policies and the new visions. So, yes, ministers, you are great advocates. You have articulated very clearly what you want for the country and the region. And I would just say, in so doing, find some resources on the side to ask someone, give me a research paper on this. I want to have some research on this, so that, as I repeat, you can hit the nail on the head when you come out swinging. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sir Hillary. I'm not sure if any... I could take one comment because we're going to have a discourse after, but I would love to hear from our ministers in this regard.
Well, we just collectively want to say that we completely agree, which is why we would have done that research, I think, in all of our regions. And we tasked our CEOs and PSs with a lot of that. And I want to also open here the door for our public institutions, such as the UB, and Trinidad has UTT, University of Trinidad and Tobago, we have COSTAT as well, to take on some more of that research as well. That's where the collaboration between the primary and secondary and ECCE sector in terms of education and the tertiary sector can be very, very pronounced. So whereas in Trinidad and Tobago, we do have our School of Education that does good work and allows us to have a lot of the data that we use, and we also collect data within the ministry, there is room for more projects like that, and maybe that's an area where we need to collaborate more with, for example, UE and so on. But certainly, I think all of us can agree that that kind of data and research would have informed where we are going now. And indeed, that's probably why we are all in the same region of thought with regards to how we move forward. So thank you. I mean, that's so profound, and really we have to keep that tight connection between our research and our practice. So I think we're on a good road.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Are there any ministers online who'd like to comment? Team? Communications, anyone? Okay, all right, so it seems as if there's no one wanting to comment. Thank you very much for that, Matthew. All right, so at this point in time, let me say thanks again. And one of the points I'd noticed is that I'm already seeing that convergence of the philosophies, the policies, the plans with where CXC is going, but I won't steal the thunder of my registrar in terms of his response, because we started the conversation today about social transformation, remember? And we are going in that direction in terms of the responses. There's a light inside, but I'm seeing, okay, go ahead. Dr. Troop, you wanted to say something? For the online persons.
Good afternoon, Chair. Hearing me?
You're a little bit, is it on? Is the mic on? Go ahead, go again.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I just want to register my words of commendation to our ministers for the presentation. It's really a demonstration of the collective approach to regional development. We are seeing the collective wisdom of our ministers, and of course, that is reflecting the technical work being done on the ground. I really want to champion for CXC to see if we can make this a movement across the region for regional development. I really believe the people we serve, our citizenry, should see our regional leaders advocating for education on a regional platform for us to understand the importance of who we are as a region. Because education is that weapon that is going to transform. I see from the presentation that we are alike. We are very different in geography, but we are so much alike in terms of our focus, what we need for our country, the similarities in the programs, though we have different acronyms. There are similarities, and the outcome is really that ideal. Trinidad, Jamaica, what's that ideal regional individual? We talk about the reference to the cricket. And so we want to identify and define that product, that wholesome, holistic product for the region. And I really believe if we have something like this packaged in some way, I know it's expensive for us to move physically, but we have the virtual space. We have TikTok, we have social media, where we package something of this nature, championing a regional development through education. Very, very important. And I really want to commend the presenters this afternoon. I've got some insights to go back to my country because we are also in transformation. And I am seeing through the presentation also the different philosophies. You know, in Jamaica, we have some contending views as it relates to constructivist approach versus the behaviorist approach. And I noticed in my minister's presentation from Trinidad, where you actually outlined some prescriptions. You have some mandatory activities. And I was interested in knowing how did you arrive at those, because in our experience of going through transformation, we have some contending views of how the model should look, or the approach we should take in teaching and learning. Should the children evolve? Should we just give a space and they interact? You know how it is with the constructivist approach. But I particularly like some of the prescriptions that you outlined, and I just wanted to know, how did you arrive at that? Was that a broad-based consultation in terms of what must happen at year one before you move into what the curriculum activities would be in year two and so forth? Very important, because I do subscribe to some prescriptions. Then you can make the system, you know, evolve through the theories and so, but we have some contending views in Jamaica, and I would love to benefit from your feedback.
Well, I would be lying if I say we don't have contending views in Trinidad and Tobago. And we're here to speak truth. However, we would have had consultations in 2020 and 2021. And a lot of what affects our system in Trinidad and Tobago is this view of equity, is this life sentence view. You know, you go to one school, you get a certain type of education, you go to another school, you get a different type. And the unwillingness of our population to take that, and their unwillingness to feel as though their children are not getting the best. So we looked at the most successful, if you want to call success, academic success, if you want to call success, the school's ability to, say, raise funds and assist with their infrastructure and so on. So we looked at the most successful schools, and we noticed that there were certain similarities in those schools. We noticed that the teachers did things that were different, not just in the curriculum so much, but just the way they operated. And so these are things that we would have incorporated. So a lot of what we are saying must be mandatory, are things that used to happen before as well. That if you are in your 40s or your 50s or your 60s, you remember these things happening in schools. And it was surprising to know, because we also did a series of school visits. It's surprising to know that to some persons, to the citizenry, that those things weren't still happening. And it explained to a lot of people why they were seeing some of the outcomes that they were seeing. So in many ways, what we are doing now and saying should be mandatory, it's really hearkening back to what used to happen and what was expected to be a given, so that it is not difficult for the buy-in, because people understand how important it is, and they actually are surprised that we have to say you must do it now. So after the consultations of 2020 and 21, we would have formulated the education policy and then pulled out these specific sub-policies, because again, what we had left to the belief that it would always happen, we recognized it was not. So we needed to now formalize and say, you have to do this, you must do this. And these things are what the Trinidadian public really expects of a school. So the general citizen, you say, you know, in this school they don't sing the anthem every day, they will be shocked. So by us saying you have to do it every day, or they're 100% in agreement with that, right? School gardens, things like that. These are things that some schools have, and parents see the value in them, and they want their children to be able to have these things. So again, it's not much push to get them to agree to these things. So out of the consultations, we had a specific consultation with our stakeholders on this cultural transformation, and
we got from them their recommendations as well, and that's when we went to Cabinet and got the approval. And then when we went out this year to the public, a week of conversation really, saying, you know what, this is what you said to us, this is how we have consulted with our stakeholders, this is what we are doing. So they understand, in general, it is well accepted by the population. So as we move into the timetable changes though, and the curriculum changes, we know that that will be a little more ticklish. But what we are attempting to do is not to be so prescriptive in how they do it, but the fact that it is done. So some schools may have a whole field that they are cultivating as their garden. Some schools, especially urban schools, may have some troughs. Some schools may be hydroponics. So it is not so prescriptive that we are saying you have to do it this way, but you have to make the opportunity available for the students. And we are also providing the support to the supervisors, the school supervisors, so that they can support the school in doing it, because we understand that in some cases, principals find it difficult to even conceptualize. We also held some master teacher and principal sessions where we had teachers and principals who are doing these things speak to their colleagues about how they are doing it, how they are able to achieve it. And so we're trying to encourage that professional learning community where peers can collaborate on how these things can be done. And the approach we are taking is not one where it's a big stick. So if you're not doing it and you didn't get to do it this year, there's no penalty. But what we are doing is ensuring that we are monitoring. We ensure that you know that we know that you didn't quite get there this year, and we are going to do what is required to get you there in the next year. So we understand it as behavior change, it's mindset change. It will take a while. So we are really focusing on our monitoring and making sure that schools are able to start, because we know that once they start, they will then develop, their skills and their competencies along the way. So that's really how we have approached it to this point and how we intend to continue as we go forward.
Thank you very much. So I'm allowing Belize the last comment, about 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add my voice to thanking the honorable ministers for excellent presentations today. I feel that this, for us to recognize that geography notwithstanding, that there are so many similarities. And I would like to share that on our side, we also have been doing a lot of curriculum reform, and particularly with your presentation just now, Minister from Trinidad, the National Curriculum Framework document, which we launched in August 2022, I actually pulled it from my bag to look at it because one of the things that we did, this was the product of, as others of you have said, multiple consultations, different forms, different rounds of consultations. And what we did with this document was we actually also identified 7 competency areas. Our curriculum reform has moved us in primary and secondary curriculum to competency-based education. And so we've identified 7 areas of competencies that we want to work on that are not focused on the academics. They start with appreciation of the sacred nature of the human person and character development, emotional intelligence and effective communication skills, critical and innovative or inventive thinking, collaboration, multicultural appreciation, digital literacy, and then finally understanding of and advocacy for sustainable human development. Since our launch in August 2022 of this document, we have held about 40 trainings and workshops on our Teacher Learning Institute, which is our virtual platform for teacher training. We have had almost 10,000, multiple, of course, we don't have 10,000 teachers in the country, but we've had teachers and principals who have participated in these trainings so that we can try to provide them with the support that they would need to execute this. Last year, we considered to be a transition year. This year, we have primary schools that are actually putting this curriculum in effect, and it includes timetable changes. It includes, time for character development work. It includes time for things like gardening. A lot of what you said just really resonated, and so I wanted to mention that, and also that there's a program called Think Equal, which we learned about. It focuses on socio-emotional health and learning for early childhood, and Belize signed on to it, and we are now, effective this academic year, running the Think Equal program in every Infant 1 and Infant 2 classroom in the country. It's a way to build social and emotional wellness with the youngest children through stories. So it builds literacy, but it helps them to become aware of feelings and how to deal with, it's a full self-esteem and character development program that's also really, it's one we have a lot of hope in to address some of the same challenges that you all have addressed. I just wanted to make that intervention. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Excellent work being done. Go ahead, Minister.
Just to put on the record, I mean, we've spoken a lot about what government and the education system can and should do to transform. And it has been said, sort of intermittently, but an important part of this entire equation is going to be the value of the home, each individual home and all of this. If we invest equally in every school and in every student, you'll still see different outcomes based on the commitment and the understanding of homes in that equation. And that's always a controversial thing. My own view is that the education system should cater for the student who has no support at home. But the reality is your outcomes will be better if we have homes that are wholesome and healthy and committed to, not necessarily lettered and educated, but committed to partnering with the education sector to get the best out of their own children.
Thank you very much for that. So without further ado, I will now welcome our registrar and CEO you're going to speak from there, sir?
Hopefully it's working.
Okay.
Hello. There we
okay,
go.
so over to you, and then we will have the final discussions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manning, and I just want to add my own words of commendation to the ministers for the presentation given. Those persons who are watching online, they have already been, have already received WhatsApp messages from persons watching online that they need copies of the minister's presentation. So when I heard Professor Sir Hilary Beckles ask that it be available and we package for persons to have access to it, I said, okay, he's on the same page as those watching online, because I think there is a lot of richness in the presentations made. I am heartened this afternoon to have listened to the presentation and the challenges that you would have outlined to us, particularly those that you directed directly at CXC. I think all of what you have said has given us the assurance that the path on which CXC is seeking now to reposition itself for greater regional impact, that path is actually consistent with the kind of concerns you have raised and the things you have pointed out that we need to pay attention to. Just before I go into details on what is it that CXC is doing, I just want to say a couple of ministers, I think Minister Manik-Chan, Dr. Manik-Chan, and Minister McConney actually made mention of diagnostic assessment and the need to be able to inform their decision through us providing the requisite statistical analysis at a subject level, and not just a subject level now, but even at content level within that subject. And I think that would be consistent with what Professor Beckles spoke of earlier, that we ground policy in research. And of course, CXC would be a rich repository of a lot of information at the country level. Now, I just want to say this, that while we are able to provide that information at the subject level, we are unable at this time to do it at the unit level of that subject per country. The reason being is that we still mark and grade exam collectively, not necessarily by a country, but as a subject. But what will be critical, Minister, we'll be able to accomplish what you want as soon as everyone move e-testing. Because you know what e-testing does? It gives us the digital capability to dissect every subject by unit, by question. No, I'm telling you, we are able to do that electronically, but paper-based, that's a huge task to collate all the information that you'd want per country, per subject. We are doing it now per subject, but that is regional because that's how the subjects are being marked. But at the e-testing level, and that's a plug, you know, but I mean, it's a necessary plug, that digital transformation gives us a lot more capabilities to be able to respond with the level of details that are required. Of course, my team is still working to do some things. We did launch CDIG, Minister, in Trinidad last year, remember, which gives you some capability now to do that by schools. You can go in by schools, by subject to see how your schools are performing. But to go by subject, by content, we're really going to need a lot more digitalization to be able to do that efficiently. But the team, we take note of it though, Minister, that it is important to provide that level of data analysis for us to be able to inform policy decision making going forward. We have at CXC began the repositioning effort to respond to the kind of challenges that you have outlined. We have 4 tenets to this repositioning. 1, we have reimagined our philosophy. We have changed how it is that competencies can be validated and recognized. We are no longer saying this has to be done through a written summative evaluation. We are now recognizing prior learning assessment. We are now recognizing apprenticeship program. We are now recognizing portfolio analysis. We are now recognizing the projectized system that you are talking about. The team is currently investigating our gamification. I think one of you ministers spoke about using avatar and technology. Huh? Minister? Yes, spoke about how we can begin to change how students interact with assessment tools, because right now they're on it. They're on anime, they're on games, they're on digital media, doing all sort of. TikTok has become a new phenomenon as to how information is shared and delivered. AI has become a new phenomenon for which persons are interacting with. As I said before, content is no longer, no one has the monopoly on content anymore. It's available, ubiquitous, yes. Now, so we have been investigating and moving in that direction where we can begin to respond to the kind of stimulus. Now, that cannot be done on paper. So while you're asking us to move into this digital realm, it begs the question even more for us to transform to digital e-testing, because we cannot use simulation on paper. Paper is static, right? For us to be able to show somebody the functioning of the heart and ask them to explain what is happening, you need animation. That has to come through some digital means. So we are looking at that, but it's going to be on the e-testing side of things. Paper-based will still be used as much as it is required of us, but to move to more complex assessment of competencies at higher level, digitalization will facilitate that, and we will try and accommodate as much as possible. So on our philosophy, we have reimagined that and move it in a new realm. So we're going to interact with you in a different way. The second tenet of our repositioning strategy is that of our qualification management framework. We have redone that. We have re-benchmarked it against all CARICOM framework, international framework, to ensure that the alignment of our qualification continues to be relevant not just regionally, but internationally. It is recognized for what we want to achieve. And in that regard, our qualifications are now going to be focused on competencies, the skills-first approach to assessment rather than content-driven. We are going to be moving in that direction. And so you're going to see us going forward measuring competencies. There are 5 competencies that the big C's, the 5 C's, we call them, yes, 5 C's: communication, collaboration, critical thinking, citizenship. I heard Minister talk about citizenship and creativity. Those are the 5 C's that we are going to be emphasizing in our new qualification coming forward. So apart from our qualification management, we have now looked at assessment and recognition framework. That assessment and recognition framework is coming because we have changed the demographic of our product offerings to the region. You would have been used to our classic product, CSEC and CAPE. And if you don't write those, nothing else happens, right? We have now moved from that rigid system. Our classic product will remain, classic innovation will remain, CSEC, CAPE, and the new product that is coming online, CTech. And CTech will address a lot of the challenges you have outlined there with respect to moving away from only summative assessment to continuous summative assessment. So you're not getting rid of summative assessment, but you're going to make it a little more frequent, continuous summative assessment. In other words, as students progress through the education system, we are assessing and recognizing the competencies achieved, so that at any point they should leave the school system, we can say what is it that they have achieved, the affirmation approach, rather than what is it you have not achieved. Right now the system is either you write CSEC and get something, or you leave with nothing. And we are saying that is not sufficient. So within our product innovation model, our classic approach will remain, but we have added 2 dimensions to it now, what we call our hybrid innovation, where nationally governments can actually develop their own program using some of CXC product and their own national imperative that they want to satisfy, coming together to create a certification for your citizens. And then we have the proxy innovation. That was a hybrid. You have the proxy innovation now, where you will develop your own national program consistent with your national imperatives, but it will now be quality assured by your regional body that is entrusted to certify secondary and post-secondary education in the region. We will quality assure your national program and give it the seal of the seal of approval that it has met certain requirements for regional recognition and even global recognition for that matter. That kind of interaction will not just limit our interaction with you to our classic products going forward, but now hybrid and innovation hybrid and proxy responding to your own national imperatives, but bringing it within regional and global relevance. That now is the last cog of, or the last tenet of that strategic repositioning is to complete our assessment and recognition framework. Our assessment methodologies will have to change. It can't be what we have now. And in changing that methodology, we are going to add the recognition component. I should have said earlier that a part of our qualification restructuring is that of creating stackable credentials, moving from micro to intermediary to macro credentials, so that persons can begin to feel a sense of achievement as they progress through the education system. That framework that we are working on will revolutionize how we interact with you. And the flexibility that Dr. Manikchan mentioned, Honorable Minister mentioned, will now come into being for us to be able to respond to what countries are saying that is important to them. That framework will be presented to our council in December for approval, so we can begin early implementation or at least the piloting of those activities next year. We have been working with some member states like Jamaica on this. We are working with the OECS to some extent and the BVI as well in developing the pilot phase for this program. But CXC recognizes that in order for us to remain relevant, we have to be much more agile, much more flexible, building the capability of the institutions of the region in creating the kind of resilient infrastructure that will allow us as a region to withstand any disruptive change that will come like COVID did. And I think the lessons, as my chairman actually said to me during that period, Wesley, never let a good crisis go to waste. We have to use it as the driver for innovation as we respond positively to what the region requires. We will share a lot more on this later on as the concept is developed and concretized. But Minister, I want to say thank you for your presentation and your admonition to us. We have listened. I think we're on the right track, colleague, if you agree with me, and that will be evident as you go along. The fact that almost all member states are engaged currently in educational reform, CXC is making itself available at the time of development, not at the back end. We want to be at the table at the time of development so that we can collectively develop the strategies that are needed to advance the region into the new century going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Registrar. And I would invite any of our ministers, whether in-house or online, if they wanted to comment on what the Registrar has said. Or, okay, you're good? All right, so thank you very much again. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say one thing, dominantly in response to the e-testing and just the role of technology in education. While individuals would have had to respond to COVID, in the Virgin Islands, we had to respond to Irma and Maria. We were completely devastated in 2017, and so we moved to full e-testing. We were the first to move to full e-testing because we had no choice. And so, as just stated, there is a significant opportunity in chaos, and I think as much as in the Virgin Islands we are still recovering from the hurricanes of 2017, we were ready, much more ready for the pandemic than the rest of the region, just because we literally had no choice. Based on the devastation, we had to move and infuse technology, and so we literally just had to turn back on a switch when COVID happened, and we were able, whether through testing or whether through instruction, to deliver digitally because we literally would have had no choice previously. So there is opportunity in chaos, and I believe as we speak about technology, whatever is our impetus individually, depending on the challenges faced in our territories, I believe partnership with CXC would definitely open up avenues for the rest of us, based on the experience of other members, to be able to support our collective agenda.
Thank you very much, Minister. We're not looking back. We're going forward. So at this point in time, I want to invite Dr. Margaret Niles to do the wrap-up and reflections of the day. She's just doing a brief on that. And following Dr. Niles, we'll have Mrs. Sherry Deslandes, Director of Corporate Services, doing the vote of thanks. So Dr. Niles, okay.
Good afternoon. And I have the honor of being the penultimate speaker this afternoon. So I will do like what the Australians did this week. The number 9 batsman won the game. So let us, if we go to the reflections of the day. Quickly, we're going to just look at the keynote reflections and then look at session 1, session 2, and the registrar's response. And if we start with the opening remarks, our chairman, Sir Hilary, reminding us not to build, how we must now build out of over 500 years of colonial rubble, that educational reform and transformation will help in the nation and region building, and to focus on curricular content, physical structures, ideology structures, and educational structures, to lead to diversity of consciousness, enabling teacher development and increased use of technology in education. He also asked us to focus on the need for new objectives and a focus on transformation that leads to creating a world based on diversity, adaptability, and democracy. Our registrar focused on the theme of the summit and asked us to advance the region through education. He wanted us to really focus on the exercise of universal duty of care and stress the teachings from Timothy chapter 1, verse 2. In transformation effort, he said we must resist isomorphism, moving from mere lip service to tangible actions. He stressed that learning to happen through construction, deconstruction, and reconstruction is our goal. Speaking about the FIRM acronym, the Minister of Education in Barbados, who has since had to leave us, embodied the values that are undergirding the transformation effort in Barbados, which are fair, inclusive, relevant, and modern, acknowledging the transformational outcomes of processes and the transformative outcomes for people. And the focus was to move from educational recovery in post-COVID times to transformational change, making a system that is fit for purpose, but also fit for progress. Our keynote speaker, the Honorable Prime Minister Drew of St. Kitts and Nevis, urged us to renew and refresh the journey of education in the Caribbean. He charged CXC to change the education system to respond to the needs of the Caribbean, to acknowledge the rapid pace of change which is requiring adaptability to exist in a dynamic environment, the need to focus on IQ as well as EQ to reduce the incidence of youth failure and those who feel rejected by a system charged with their care and development. That transformation should empower the HR capital of the region with agility, adaptability, and a quest for truth. If we move to session 1, the Honorable Shari B. De Castro of the Virgin Islands spoke of deconstructing all antiquated systems of education, and that it was foundational for that to be the basis of our societies, our democracies, and our economies. That children will be the architects of our future, and reform is essential, a theme that we heard repeated from other ministers as well. She stressed that the use of the STEAM initiative was not just about the curriculum, but it was a philosophy, a focus on science, technology, engineering, arts, and math to ensure education and innovation go hand in hand. That the initiative focused on the effective school leadership, as vision without leadership was akin to a ship without a captain. Through STEAM, students were empowered to think critically, collaborate effectively, and innovate boldly, skills that she stressed were the cornerstone of success. And for effective reform, buy-in from teachers was required because they were there to foster the teacher development from as early as the post-secondary.
She went on to state that reconstructing the curriculum to shift from content and knowledge to application and skills and development of competencies was critical. That there were still gaps in accessibility, but admonished us that the only thing worse than being blind is having sight and no vision. She also admonished educators to push persons to the uncomfortable boundary of the comfort zones, to position them to face and catch the full wave of change in their lives, and that this is how we are going to make change happen as educators. The Honorable Dr. Priya Manik-Chan of Guyana spoke about the challenges posed by COVID and the unique challenges of the large landmass of Guyana and how quickly that country adapted to ensure that students had multiple means of educational delivery, resulting now in 6 TV channels, 1 radio channels, and online classrooms. I think that's a commendable feat. In implementing reform, she said teacher training had been transformed to include online learning, even with the use of satellites, and that the increased trained teachers from 75 to 78% capacity to 100% by 2023 was achieved. That curriculum reform must be used to transform education and make it more practical because children are learning differently today, mentioning gamification and anime. That you had to address all learning styles and all learning preferences, and that assessment had to reflect these approaches. That the teachers, the community, and the parents had to be supported, but also encouraged to participate in the reform if we wanted student success. I seem to be a little bit behind with my fingers, sorry. But my mouth is going, so that's okay. But she also reminded us that if politicians become distracted, children can get hurt. And therefore, we needed to ensure that we kept the children on the forefront and that we sought to engage them differently, transform our system to engage them, review the curriculum, and teach to transform our nations. She ended by saying that the transformational process in the Caribbean faced peculiar challenges, especially that of competing for scarce financial resources. But she challenged the CXC organization to keep pace with educational transformation processes by transforming assessment strategies and methodologies. The Honorable Kay McConney went further in explaining the reimagining of education in Barbados initiative. And in addition to the foundation that she mentioned of the values of firm, she went on to speak about the other focal points, which is the child-centered education, system-wide educational change, partnership, and broad consultations with stakeholders. The ongoing shift from learning styles to learning preferences, and as well as the need for teachers not just to be upskilled and reskilled, but to recognize that continuous professional development was critical to the success of the system. The introduction of student profiles is now being put into the system, as well as a focus on early childhood, universal access to early childhood education, with play-based, project-based, and technical and vocational strategies being introduced from pre-primary and primary levels. A new method of transitioning from primary to secondary is one of the hallmarks of this new initiative. And social and emotional learning is now being considered as a critical plank in the curriculum. Expansion of the subject offerings at the secondary level are also there, and the concept of individual specialized plan going through a student throughout the system is always there. But to caution that monitoring and evaluation audits will be implemented to identify gaps so that mitigation can be planned. In session 2, we heard from the Honorable Marcia Smith of Jamaica, who spoke about the partisan report in the 7 pillars of change and the focus of trend on pillar 3, which is looking at the transformation of education for national development, where pillar 3 focused on teaching, curriculum, and teacher training. That there was an establishment of a transformation unit provided to provide oversight and harmony to all of the reform initiatives that are currently happening in the island. And that the reform of the curriculum and the teacher training focused on ICTs, STEM and STEAM, social and emotional learning, in addition to TVET and training. going too fast. And that we are now utilizing a system of accountability, monitoring, evaluation, and learning for a learner-centered approach. Dr. Nayan Gatsby-Dolly reminded us where we all came from, which is that the heads of governments came together to progress for synergy, and that synergy in education will benefit all territories. That a strong belief in cultural transformation is critically important to Trinidad and Tobago as well as the wider region, and that a positive self-image of the Trinidad and Tobagonian citizen, and by extension the Caribbean citizen, is now paramount. Reform is needed to alleviate inequality in all schools. She wanted a deeper education philosophy. I'm going too fast ahead again. Yes. Deeper education philosophy to expand student success, to focus on our culture, and to look at cultural transformation as the vehicle. And she spoke of VABs as being the vehicle for this cultural transformation and a way to reverse the country's relative underperformance. The 2-year program that they've put in place will start this transformation, with year 1 looking at mandatory student daily and annual activities that are now prescribed, and year 2 looking at more fundamental and structural changes in timetable, curricular, and assessment. But she admonished us to all recognize that change is not easy, but it will propel national development agendas, and that is the why of what we do. And then our registrar, in his response, stated that we will be able to fulfill all requests for change in the assessment methodology once all territories move to e-testing. That digital transformation will give greater capacity for in-depth data analysis to inform policy and decision-making. And he reminded that CXC has changed its approach along 4 tenets: philosophy, qualifications management framework, assessment and recognition framework, and product innovation, all in an effort to build resilience to withstand shocks to the system and multiple shocks at any time. I thank you.
Excellent, excellent job. That summary will be very useful for everyone. So we'll post it, we'll use it, and we'll ensure that we act on it. I'd like to now invite Mrs. Cherie Deslandis, our Director of Corporate Services, to move the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone, or should I say good evening, right? So Jeffrey Chaucer stated that all good things must come to an end. And I'm sure you will all agree that we did have a good time today. So as we bring the curtain down on CXC's 3rd Annual Ministerial Summit, on behalf of Professor Sir Hilary Beckles, Chairman of CXC, and Dr. Wayne Wesley, the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer of CXC, and his team, I express gratitude to everyone who made this proceeding possible. The CXC Ministerial Summit 2023 has brought forth a wide range of innovative development and benchmarks within the reimagining education framework, towards transformative agility. Dr. Ali, thank you for setting the stage for us with an overview of today's program and the insight on the objective of today's event. Dr. Ali has built the framework of this event, and he fortified it with a range of knowledgeable and engaging speakers. In our first session this afternoon, we heard from our stakeholders who added their insights on topics: the educational transformation, reflections, and presentations. We therefore want to express our gratitude to the Honorable Kay McConney, MP, Minister of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, Barbados, the Honorable Shari B. De Castro, Minister of Education, Youth Affairs and Sports, the British Virgin Islands, and the Honorable Priya Manin-Chan, Minister of Education, the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, for sharing the policies and developments of their countries by spearheading the order in terms of transformation in education. I extend my gratitude to the two presenters in our final session, the Honorable Marsha Smith, Minister of State in the Ministry of Education and Youth, Jamaica, and Dr. the Honorable Nyan Gatsby-Dolly, Minister of Education in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, for their presentations on the developmental changes in the educational sector in their respective countries. For education is for us to truly achieve greatness, education is important in terms of knowledge sharing. At the end of today's event, Dr. Niles would have presented us with the focus on the key ideas and suggestions which were raised during the proceedings. We thank you for being our eyes and our ears today. Our sincerest gratitude must be expressed to the moderators of today's session. Dr. Roderick Rudder, Deputy Chief Education Officer in the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, Barbados, and our own local registrar, as well as Dr. Nicole Manning, Director of Operations, CXC. Our moderators did an excellent job in terms of keeping us really engaged today. Today's event would not have been possible without the leadership of Dr. Edward Ali, our Pro-Registrar and Deputy CEO, and the Planning Committee of the Ministry of Education, Technological and Vocational Training, supported by Ms. Kim Bell, the Deputy Permanent Secretary, and all the representatives of the various ministries and public services, including the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and the Barbados Police Force, who provided invaluable support. We also want to pay tribute to our very own corporate communications team, who ensured that we had a successful summit, as well as the support that we would have received from Ms. Amril Gittins, the Executive Assistant to the Registrar and CEO, as well as Ms. Julian Williams, Executive Assistant to the Pro-Registrar and Deputy CEO. The staff from corporate services and our ushers today, thank you. To our specially invited guests, ladies and gentlemen in our audience, those who joined virtually via Zoom and followed on CXC TV, GIS Barbados, and UWTV, thank you for joining us. The Accra Hotel, as well as our streamers, UWTV and Gerald B. Sounds, thank you. Thank you all for your support today. We trust that you will all have an enjoyable weekend, and for those who are flying home, we wish you a safe flight. I just want to add, before we go, that there is liquid refreshment outside for you to partake. Thank you.
Okay, that's it. And